Up the screen, share the live. All right. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, Tech Cat. We've got the one Pixie. TK's here, Nikki's here, DJ's here, Mike's here, Amy's here. Happy Monday, y'all. Kristen's here, Chris is here, Heather's here. That's a cheese. Up the screen, share the live. Once we get to 10K likes, we'll let up the first opposition. A little engine that could. Now we only have one kitten that I think might not make it. So we're down from 2. Yeah, yeah, he's not gonna make it. His name was supposed to be my face. Baby. I know you gotta go potty, bud. You gotta go potty. Mm. He's got something that I've never experienced before, which is like got edema in one of his legs. Never seen that before. He does still have like a decent appetite, but I don't know. Bad kidney, maybe. Yeah, could be kidney, could be heart, could be all kinds of stuff. The rescue says that it could potentially resolve itself, but as far as like, um, they're already on antibiotics, so that's really like the only another like supportive care. So you're doing so good. Oh, we hit 10K likes. Perfect.
Hey, honey bunny.
Hey.
Okay. You look really bummed out. Is that about the kitten that you deemed me about?
Yeah.
Okay. So, an edema in the leg is peripheral. That means it's not scary. Not even a kidney problem. It's probably from trauma or an infection. They're already on antibiotics, which means they're doing great. What you can do is what you're doing, keeping them hydrated, which will
No.
slow it down because usually you give like adult cats a diuretic and kind of play back on their fluids, but you're not going to do that with these babies. You're doing great.
What
Um,
is happening
what
right now?
what you can specifically do is after feeding and potting, just massage his little leggy each time. But usually, they're right. This resolves in like 3 to 10 days on its own.
Hmm. Okay.
You're doing everything correctly. And look at him feeding. He's doing so good.
He seems like he's drinking a lot, but he's not. He's not really drinking that much.
The other bright side is the edema itself actually doesn't cause them any pain or discomfort. Like it kind of limits their mobility, especially if it's by a joint, but it doesn't hurt them. Oh, I knew. You just love on those beans. Give them a little massage.
Am I massaging like lymphatically, like upwards or downwards, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't particularly matter, but upwards if that makes you feel better. It's just kind of to relocate all of the fluid that's gathering and speed up the
Really?
healing process. Massage
Oh,
the beans,
you
Erica
know who that
screamed.
was. You know who that was.
Was that Mal causing some drama?
Yep.
I'm so proud of him.
You should not pee.
There's the. Did you know that the first time that you said name before I had context, I thought you meant MAU, like an Egyptian Mao, which is really just their word for cat.
Oh,
So I thought you just named him Chairman Cat.
that's kind of funny. If you jump in that trash bag,
Tell him he's a trash can, not a trash cannot.
maybe he needs a better name.
He has a great name. I don't think that's the problem.
Well, we know what happened with Mal. His name was Ed Sheeran, and he tried to die twice. Oh,
It's because that was a heinous name. I would have tried to off myself too. Tap, tap, tap the screen, y'all. Little one doesn't even have officially a name. He's just living his life, trying to do his best.
well, his name's supposed to be MySpace, but
Well, Erica, maybe he wants to be a Sharon. I don't think so.
you changed the cat's name? Mao, yeah, because he looked like Ed Sheeran as a kitten. But then he tried to die twice, and I was told that is because he had that name. So that's why he's Chairman Mao. What are you doing in there? What are you doing in your buddy's enclosure?
Going places, doing things.
You saw where he's laying right now. Ridiculous. He's laying like on top of a bunch of stuff. He almost ended the stream. Oh, I see that he did change the stream on Twitch. Do you not do that?
He was like, "This is my show now," as if we ever thought otherwise, Mal.
Don't do it.
Damn, the Islamophobia is strong today. We are literally already at 7, and it's only been like 10 minutes.
It is all about him.
Erica.
And he's getting too big to squeeze into these little spots.
Mal does what Mal wants. You do what you can do about it. Right? But no, I came to say I'm gonna name this one Gramps because when you held him up, he looked like a grumpy old man. So his name is gonna be Gramps. You may name him something
I
else,
actually
but
had one named Gramps.
oh really?
Not that long ago, yes.
Oh, I
He
gotta
looked like a
start
little
paying
Gramps.
attention.
He was gray. And then I named the other ones because there is a bar in Miami called Gramps. So I was like, I'll name the other two like after other Miami bars.
Oh, neat.
They all
I
kind of
don't
look
know.
like Gramps when they're little.
Oh, okay.
I
How's your
love
work day?
I'm been doing trainings
training's fun.
that I should be paying attention to, but I'm not. Only the first one was interesting. The rest are boring.
Mm.
How much training can you possibly do?
Exactly.
You know?
Oh no, trust me. Every year. Now I'm doing like some leadership training right now, but then I'm gonna go into like the standard every year training, the essay training, like the harassment training, um, workplace ethics, the stuff you have to do every single year. It's so
Yeah.
interesting.
You gotta stop harassing people, Erica.
I know. I try, but it doesn't work. I want to be like that Missy lady. Make men feel really uncomfortable. That was so weird last night. I was like, oh my God, please stop. Please stop. I'm just inviting people, Alina. If someone bites, they bite.
Yeah. We only have 97 people in here. Nobody's sharing.
Tap, tap, tap. Share the live. Do all the good things.
I could have taken a
Alina.
nap.
Damn.
Do we want to be here, y'all?
We got one in the box. Let's see. See what happens. Hey, Will, do you disagree with the background? Is that a child?
That is a whole fetus. That is two whole fetuses, actually.
I hate half days, early release days. I thought I
Yeah.
dropped her. Tap, tap, tap the screen, guys. Tap, tap, tap the screen. Good
You like looked
grief.
up, you're like, oh, you stay here. No, no, no.
So how are you here?
Now, this is a
Okay.
healthy ginger.
Hey.
Look at that
That was never
stance.
my nickname.
See
Oh,
that the leg spread,
yeah, they're
Yep.
back,
yeah.
the little back arch,
Mhm.
the
That's perfect.
handless latch,
Mhm.
like a champion. Now
He's
the
gonna
latch
win it.
itself, I would say 8 out of 10. There's still some air going on there. I could still pull the bottle away. A solid latch. It's like also the ears, they're not really moving. So are you really latched if your ears aren't moving?
That's
I'm
true. I
gonna
do like
regret
it when their
this.
ears move in sync.
Oh,
Ooh, they
thank
did
God.
too.
Oh, I'm right. Thank goodness.
That was universal regret. We'll take it.
Oh, fudge, they're back. Okay.
Oh,
Where's
Jesus, we're already at
Kiara?
11 now.
Yay! Woo! How's it going?
Do you
Mm,
agree? I'm sorry. Do you disagree with the background?
No, totally agree.
Oh,
Okay, so
okay,
you're not an
cool.
op.
You're not a op.
Pardon?
Then you're
What do
not
you
an
mean?
op.
I disagree.
You said you agree. Maybe we should learn how to read first.
Should definitely. Literacy is important. Hey, Irene.
literacy is so
What else? I don't
important. Irene
know.
and friends who have said hi to
Has
me. I've seen
anyone
it. I'm
seen
But
just
that
see,
movie?
multitasking.
you see, look, very little milk actually drank by Mr. Fake Out over there. With his little stance and stuff.
So that's okay. because are you talking about the one with the edema or the other one?
The healthy one.
Oh, okay. Ah, still
Fine.
okay. He's figuring it out.
Well, the edema one needs to be eaten. He's skinny.
So, yes, because you don't like he needs all the nutrition at this age, but also if he is drinking just a little less, that's okay because it means there's less fluid in his system to be building up. That's why I was like, usually in adult cats with peripheral edemas, they do diuretics or like cut back on their fluids so that way the vein kind of has a chance to dry up and realign. But you can't want to risk that with a little kitten. But that's why it's like not terrible if he's drinking just a little less. It's a fine line.
See, that's why I messaged you because it would have been helpful.
I know. I'm so sorry. I did. I messaged most of that back. Then you immediately went live. Y'all, if you're sliding into my Discord DMs, my phone isn't fucking telling me. So unless I'm sitting in front of my computer, I don't see it. I did give you my cell phone number that you can use from like a Google Voice number if you want to text in any emergency. I always got you.
Okay.
Cool whip. Erica's inviting people. Check out.
Doing the training. Sorry.
No, you're good. Has like
Okay,
something
buddy.
else happened today? Why is the Islamophobia so strong? They're remembering the Middle East exists and not
No,
censorship.
I just heard someone on Live Live say that like he believes in like colonization, but in his mind,
The
he
fuck?
would rather like take out everybody than
Oh,
enslave them because he thinks that it's, death is better than slavery. So just take
so
everyone out.
very pro G side. Cool, cool, cool,
Mm.
cool, cool, cool.
Hmm.
Those are the
Oh, you
Oh
were
vibes.
my
there, sensitive?
goodness.
Yeah, that was a wild time. So basically, like his argument for Israel and Palestine is like, if Israel can make the Palestinians like Israeli citizens, like great. If not, then just wipe them all out. Uh,
Wow.
Coley,
What? We are
Coley,
broken.
one of
I'm
the kids
gonna.
is not doing well. He has edema on his foot. He's not gaining weight. He's little. Why is this cat laying here? I don't understand. You guys know that I got that whole little IKEA thing and I put his little bed in there and I was like, he's gonna love it because he loves getting in drawers and stuff.
Yeah.
I put him in there, he doesn't like it. He got out immediately. Should I put clutter in there or something?
We
Maybe
don't
some
have anything
papers,
that we think they'll like.
Uh,
That's
some
just what they
cardboard.
bring.
yes.
Like throw some he loves eyelash spoolies, throw some of those in there.
Honestly, you could. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, anyone that says can I join over and over, that's a no. That's a no for me.
Oh, Jesus.
Nina, I fear I have allowed a school bro
It's
to
definitely a
come up.
child.
Yeah,
So
it's a fetus.
this is a fetus. Oh, I didn't even look. I
Watch.
wasn't even looking at the comments. Hey, Modality, how old are you?
Yeah, 19.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm shocked to shit. Not gonna lie.
All right. Do
So,
you disagree with the background?
yeah, what's the argument for the proposition on the board?
The
Why
See,
do
argument is
you
that it's true.
disagree?
the
So, I,
people that do that like are
so
like
I
so
just heard like a bunch
obnoxious.
of, I just heard like a bunch of talking, maybe one at a time. So, what's the argument for the proposition on the board?
Oh, here we
You're not
go.
gonna like tell us how to talk to each other. That's kind of weird. You can
Okay,
leave if
so
it's uncomfy.
are you able to answer the question or no?
Are you able to respond to the prompt?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, I could just give an argument for why, it seems to be the case that, the USA hasn't done terrible things to women. So I don't really see a good reason for why it'd be the case that the USA doesn't like
Oh,
women.
See why I don't do this, Erica?
that's
Like, is
fucking
it the,
wild.
like, can you name like an example of the US doing bad things to women? Go ahead.
Okay, if you're an op, you think the USA likes women, right?
Yeah.
In what way?
Yeah. Well, presumably, they give them rights. Um, a lot of rights
The
actually.
rights.
And
Give
typically
us
speaking,
rights.
if a society, grants rights to individuals,
We're not caged,
evidence that they like them.
YOLO.
We
Or
should
what
be
was the one
thankful that they
that
don't keep us
from
in cages.
yesterday? The other one said, if we didn't like y'all, we would have exiled you all by now.
So what exactly is the motivation for thinking that the USA doesn't like women?
That would be all of the ways in which the USA does not actually like women.
Marcus is always gonna try.
Sorry, maybe I cut out.
I know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I know. Because it drives me a little batty when you like get stuck at the very beginning. So we have the gender pay gap, we have violence against women, we have political underrepresentation, workplace discrimination, stereotypes and cultural norms, healthcare inequality, education and sexual harassment, we have reproductive rights, we have everything, we have all of it. Pick an area, any area.
Yeah, and what exactly is meant by reproductive rights?
Oh, that's why. Why that one? Because that's the only one that they want to like argue morality or religion on, and it's so exhausting.
Did he choose the reproductive rights?
Yes, he did.
He did, right over violence against women.
Wait, sorry, maybe I cut out or something. I just asked what was meant by reproductive
Stop
rights.
saying what. Maybe I cut out or something. Like, shut the fuck up.
Either I'm cutting out or
you don't have friends in real life, huh?
Well, it's either I'm cutting out or you're dodging.
You don't have friends in real life, huh?
I'm just trying to be.
Because your friends would have beat your ass by now, straight up.
Well, I'm just trying
tap the screen.
I'm trying to be a good faith.
Tap the screen, y'all.
What exactly?
Tap the screen.
Is going to be the argument?
It's not the attitude of a good faith.
Maybe I cut out. Maybe I cut out.
Yeah,
I guess you don't have friends in real life.
You probably did cut out. So the question.
Yeah. So maybe you don't have friends in real life, but like.
Okay. Wait. Maybe
they would not have like.
Sorry. Maybe
they wouldn't allow you to be like this.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I could just
without a beat down.
We'll just calm down there. So maybe I could just hold your hand and we can talk.
So maybe I cut out. Maybe I cut out.
Exactly as meant.
Did I cut out? Parker, did you hear me? Did you hear me acknowledge that he does not have friends? Because why would he act like this?
I heard you.
Yeah.
Hey, modality.
His only friends are on a Discord.
How does it feel to like always want to be the smartest person in the room? What is that like?
But actively not make it.
Well, this seems like a loaded question. So what exactly?
It's not loaded. It's just like how does it feel, dude? How does that?
What exactly
how does it feel like? How do you feel?
What exactly is the argument that I want to be the smartest in the room?
It's just the way that you're coming off right now.
The way that I'm coming off.
It's giving. I'm smarter than everyone here, yet you're not.
Look, all I'm asking for is just what's meant by reproductive rights. It's been like 2 minutes. It's a very simple question.
Okay.
It hasn't been 2 minutes.
Seconds.
I'm gonna let this play out. Okay, you said reproductive rights, right? That's what you want to address?
Yeah.
Cool. So laws restricting access to abortion, birth control, and other health care disproportionately affect women. The overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022 allowed states to ban or severely restrict abortion, limiting bodily autonomy, and raising our maternity mortality rates.
And what's meant by, you said bodily autonomy? What's that? I never heard of that before.
Autonomy.
Oh, autonomy. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Please be so fucking for real.
So, what exactly? Well, this seems to be begging the question. Abortion is actually right. So, what's going to be the argument?
It actually doesn't beg the question, because here's the thing. Our right to bodily autonomy is not up for debate. A religious minority's move to control the bodies of half of the country's citizen isn't a debate. It's an outrageous human rights violation. That's why we groaned when you went on this, because you weren't going to touch birth control. You weren't going to touch how often we are unaliving during
permanent
pregnancies or
contraceptive methods.
Like you were going to go straight to the morality behind it, and the morality is women are unaliving.
Wait, so are you saying that? Wait, sorry. What do you mean?
So I guess this really does fall under
violence
violence against women.
What do you mean when you say that the rights?
It's just systemic violence against women.
When you say that the rights of bodily autonomy isn't up for debate, are you just making like a moral claim, or are you saying like?
No, I'm saying that my right to my own organs, that's not moral. It is just what it should be.
Well, I'm saying. Well, I think. Well, presumably you'd agree that the right to bodily autonomy is not going to be absolute. There are certain cases in which it's going to be impermissible to actualize this right.
No.
Oh no. Okay, I'll just.
It's all your fault, Erica.
So, do you think it'd be? Let's say a child is drowning. Is it going to be permissible to, force someone to save the child?
I try to stay out of these things.
You did this.
But I told you I was going to come join you today. But I'd just be here for the vibes.
At least he's a legal fetus.
Sorry, maybe I like cut out or something. But the question was pretty simple.
We're not talking to you.
We can't.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
We're not talking to you.
Your service is really bad.
Okay, so I'll just say it really slow this time.
Misogyny mobile.
You don't have to say it slow.
Well, it seems like
that's not gonna help your
because
bad
maybe
service.
if he does,
I keep getting every other word.
Then he'll hear his own
like,
words.
Whenever I talk fast, maybe there's some type of mental disability or
Thanks,
mental
Robbie.
illness that's impeding your ability to actually track what I'm saying. So
No, I said you have bad
Mhm.
service. I'm getting every other word.
That's why it seems to be the case that it's in both of our interests for me to talk slower, so you
Both
can
of our
track this completely.
interests.
So what
No,
exactly?
I didn't get any of that.
If it's the case that bodily autonomy is an absolute right, that means that you can't
Can
force
you guys
someone
hear him?
the body that you don't want. So that's going to be an entailment of the view, and as a result.
Eric, are you still there?
Wait, let's see.
Parker's?
So right now, guys,
Yeah,
we're
I'm
gonna
here.
actually see if it's the case that they
I
can't.
can't. Yeah, I can't hear him. I can't hear Eric either. It's weird.
All right. If you don't acknowledge my point,
Anywho,
it means
Parker's, how is how are the
if you don't
chickens?
if you don't acknowledge my point, it means that you think that
Chickens are
Rachel.
cute,
Chickens are
huh?
doing great. They're pretty
Did you
cute.
end up
And they
moving them into
have
the garage? Or what?
So no, because the space is like it's too big and the temperatures really are wigging me out. So I got I ordered a second just like a damn playpen essentially that should come tomorrow, and it's like an in between, so that way they can still remain in the small animal playroom
Oh my
while
goodness.
they're growing a little bit bigger. And the
Parkers.
yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, guys. I may not hear you for just a moment because I'm doing something for John's tutoring, so it'll be just a
Oh,
moment.
okay. Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure you're still there. Hey, how did you
Hey,
escape?
wait, guys, hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe if it's
I'm
the
so
case
glad that I could hear
that we'll just
hear
calm
Eric
down
go,
there.
"Ah, how'd you
Maybe it's the
escape?"
case that
That wasn't
if I
Oh my
stutter,
gosh.
that might actually be very, very easy for
Oh
you to
my
understand,
goodness.
since you guys are always stuttering,
Oh
right?
my
So
goodness.
what
That is
is
so
the
cute. What
argument
a cute little kitten. Parker's
that bodily autonomy is going to
so
be
you said
absolutely
that
right?
the enclosure is going to come today. Is it the same kind of enclosure that we use for kittens, or is it something different?
Nope, it's the exact same. It's just a different bedding.
Cool.
That's why I was like, if it were
If you don't
if it
answer
were
my
like a
question in 30
pop-up
seconds, I'm
cage,
just going to take this to be a concession.
then it would have been more stable, and I would have felt like more fine with leaving them outside of the small animal
Yeah.
playroom. But because like the rabbit can squish it, that's why I was like, I need to put up a barrier around it.
27,
Yeah.
26,
Especially like with all the other animals that you have, it's kind of crazy.
24, 23,
Yeah, and really, it's just like keeping them safe from the cats at
21,
this point,
20,
until they're
19,
old enough to be moved
18,
outside.
17, 16,
But overall, the girls are doing great.
14,
I love when you call
I
them the
think they're going to be
girls.
obsessed with me.
12,
Yeah,
11,
my little
The girls.
9 retarded, 8
My
retard, 7 retard, 6 retard, 5 retard, 4
He's
retard,
saying the R
3
word?
retard, 2
yeah,
retard,
I can't hear him at
1
all.
retard. So you
Jeez, what's with this
Oh
guy?
no, he was magically disconnected.
Not the Phil bro crashing out.
All on his own.
I couldn't hear him at all. It's weird.
That's nice. I only heard the slurs.
I had to unplug my headphones and I came back. That's when I could hear him again, and I didn't like what I heard.
Yeah.
Tap 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 the screen, guys. Do all the good
Hi,
things.
Twitchies.
Yeah, y'all. Usually I can't hear idiocy, and when someone has their ass that far up their colon, it's like really hard to understand them. But the slurs come through loud and clear. That's why we could hear it.
Phil said, "Can we get a different name?" Sorry, bro.
So now you guys know why when people are like, "Why I don't let them up?" When people are like, "Let me up, let me up. Can I come up? Can I?" Is this either gonna do an instant slur to child, or it's Philbro? Because all three of those people have zero self-control and zero self-awareness. The child is the only one that has an excuse because frontal lobe hasn't developed. So the self-awareness comes later. Sometimes not at all, especially if they're a dude.
Yeah.
Oof.
John Jacob Heimer Schmidt is in the
Shout out
request.
to
That's funny as hell.
MySpace for making my lashes crunchy.
Hey, Debbie, MySpace.
Does Parker's have Supermod?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't abandon me, Eric.
And Kiara is lurking because she doesn't want to hang out with us.
Oh,
Just kidding. She's no longer lurking.
I saw
disappeared.
Ren in the request, but now Ren's not in the request.
We're gonna subwave, y'all. We need 3 more subs. Be a goon. Join the Discord. Our Discord is tied with the Loves Discord. The Loves community and the Goon community is like
Neck
this.
and neck.
So,
Neck and neck.
no, not neck and neck. That makes it seem like a competition. We work in tandem.
Oh.
We are scissoring our way to the top.
Erica, put aside your
Did you say we are
competitive spirit.
scissoring our way to the top?
Did she just say that?
Yes.
So yeah, join the goons. Be a goon. Be a love. Be a glove.
Be a
Yeah, can we get some
glove
scissors in the chat?
and scissor
Get some
your
scissors in
way
the
to
chat.
the top, babies.
We're you know, we're like this. Some would say like this. You know, very close.
Scissor
I'm in
sisters.
tears.
Oh
Scissor
gosh.
sisters.
So yeah, join the communities. While we're here, join the goons. If you haven't joined the loves, you join the loves later when they go live.
Hey,
Hi,
y'all.
Ren.
I only got
Hi,
like
Rin.
Did you come up for the scissor comment?
I'm so glad my scissor sisters are all here.
the
Yes.
scissor comment. That's
Thank you for sending a sub, Phil. Also, if you're a goon and you feel like you can't afford a sub this month, just drop that in the chat because the goons are very generous and the loves are also very generous. So sometimes, you know, you might get gifted a sub.
yeah.
Rin,
Oh
why do you
man,
sound so tired?
me.
Yes, you okay?
Oh my gosh, big W to Heather. Heather sent 10 subscriptions. If you got a sub from Heather, you better thank
Damn.
Heather in the chat. I want to see W Heather all the way down, up and
W.
down with the scissors all around.
With the scissors.
No, I keep getting people whose significant others have been laid off from the
Oh,
federal
damn.
government.
Oof. Thank you, Phil, for sending a sub.
So yeah, that's been
That's a shit day.
yeah. And old people, 77-year-old guy who's talking about his wife had a stroke.
Oof.
And now he has to decide whether he's going to keep working full time or just quit his job to take care of his wife. He's 77 years old.
My God.
And his daughter was like, he can't afford to quit. So
77 and can't afford to quit work. They shouldn't be working, man.
Holy shit.
yeah.
That's gonna
So
be all of us. That's why I used to always say that I didn't want to live past 30, just like Kurt Cobain said.
Thanks, Alina.
I read his book and I decided, but then I lived past 30.
And I'm not trying to bring the mood down. So let me not. It's a day, but as soon as my day is over, I'm gonna put this all on the shelf, and then I'm gonna be ready to hang out in these TikTok streets.
John is not happy.
I know you got some pent up.
Bruh, come on.
By the way, I'm so offended that Erica shouted everyone out yesterday except for me.
Ooh.
Last night.
Shouted out everybody except who?
Except me.
Did she shout me out?
I don't know if you sent her. I sent her a $10 Cash App and she ignored it.
Yeah.
So I'll read my comment now.
What did you say in the comments? Because that might be part of it.
No, it said W Erica all day.
Oh, okay. Dude, when I tell you though,
sent? What are you talking about?
which one did you?
What are we talking about?
Everything with Erica.
Oh, what
it went
happened?
through.
Oh, okay.
Was this last night?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Alina. So the thing is, I wasn't logged into that one.
I want a refund.
Okay. All right. I got you.
Kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I want acknowledgement later.
Okay, I got you. John Matthew, go finish tutoring now.
That stuff last night was insane. Hi, whatever your name is up there that I can't read because my glasses are dirty. Do you disagree with the background?
What's up?
Do you disagree with the background?
I think so. I mean, I'm more curious what you guys' opinion is or why you believe that is the case.
I need a new background. I can't do this anymore.
You know what? And on that note, I gotta go back to work. My break.
Ren.
Yeah.
Leave her with me. I
It's fine. It's
contribute
fine.
nothing.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine, y'all. So piano guy, the USA doesn't like women because of the
She really
wildly high
left.
rates of violence
She really
against.
left.
Yep, she did. Violence against women, our
I just don't
political underrepresentation.
I truly just wait. I don't understand how you guys
Talk with a straight
request
face.
without an argument.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
it
I'm
would
just,
never be
I'm
me.
just, I'm
It would
just
never be me
curious.
to just request and be like, so I have some questions about like what you're talking about here. I would be like, USA doesn't like women. That's not true. Ops only perfect. They're looking for ops. Let me request. I think it's not true because of this, that, and whatever. Boom. Moving on the conversation. But every single one of you guys is the same thing. Yeah, I disagree with the background. There's like, but actually, what is it that you mean by that? Every single one of you guys.
Help
And
me
it's like,
formulate my argument.
What's wrong with that?
what's wrong with it is
Because
that you guys don't have your own argument that you can stand on without me having to give you bits and pieces, and you just decide what you want to talk about based on what I said. And you formulate your argument based on what I said instead of having your own argument.
Why does that bother you?
Because that means you don't have an argument that is strong enough on its own.
or you're being disingenuous.
But you're holding the platform. I mean, obviously you must be opinionated enough to hold this, right?
My
So I'm just curious
godson,
what you're.
piano man. All right, can you tell us why the USA likes women?
Why they like women?
Yeah, tell us
Everyone's about
why
to
the
tutor you.
USA likes women.
So you're going to answer my question with a question. I like it.
Yes.
I think they like women for the companion. Are we saying the USA as a whole? So I'm going to include women or just men?
You can include women too.
Says USA. So
why do women and men like women? I mean, I think there's a
Alina,
billion
reset
reasons.
your
I think
gift
men
goal.
like women for companionship.
what'd you say, Erica?
Reset your gift goal.
Get a dog.
Yeah, get a dog. Companionship? Get
I
a
was like,
golden
you get a cat,
retriever.
but they don't like cats. They want obedience in cats. Like
Get a bird.
See,
Get a
look, I just
bird.
okay. Speaking of that argument, I disagree with that
Okay.
argument because cats aren't showing like a consensual engagement. Cats are actually showing what an abusive relationship is like.
Oh yeah.
And I stand on
Okay.
that.
I know
You've
nothing
been
about
abused by a lot of your cats. That's fair.
It's not even just like, but it's true. They do whatever the fuck they want. You can try to set boundaries and they won't respect them. Like abuse. I still love them, but I don't think he realizes that Ren muted him. Maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe he's playing the piano.
I'm beyond confused. How did we get on cats?
You said men
I'm
like
not
women
sure,
for
honestly.
companionship. Get a
Oh,
dog.
that's fine.
I'm not sure either. I mean, I'm just going to list the reasons. Like, I have a fiance, and I really value the companionship she gives me in my life. A mutual relationship between her and I. I mean, I think women value.
Hey,
Ren, either you're logged into
seen...
work or you're not logged into work.
Pick one, Ren. Pick one.
She's got two, like one foot on each side of the what is that? The line of the different countries' border. Fuck.
Guys, I have to know this. Has anyone seen Harold and the Purple Crayon?
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. What I realized is that a lot of the philosophy bros, I won't say Phil bros anymore, the philosophy bros, they write and they speak like the villain in that movie. Like they talk in third person, and like I feel like they think that they live in some mythical fantasy elfish world, or elfin or whatever it's called world. And it's weird. It's like, thou has upset thee. May your spirit burn. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. But they're just so fucking weird. Sorry, I wanted to talk about this earlier, but didn't get a chance to.
It's been on your mind. I got it.
It's been on my mind. I had to get that out. But yeah, it's like a Shakespearean play. It's just weird.
It is. All right, piano guy. You like your fiance because she keeps you good company. What else?
Am I getting muted, or are you like, what is happening here?
Does she do tricks for you too?
We have a rogue mod. Just
Okay. Well,
Bear
that's a good that's a good platform for conversation when you're muted for nothing. I like that.
It is.
it's actually really relieving.
Yeah, really intelligent. Yeah, I think I like companionship, and for the people in the comments that translate companionship with authority, I think that's horrible, and I don't think the majority of men feel that way.
Let's stick with just how you feel right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that way. I think I expressed that.
Okay, so because you value your fiance for her companionship, the USA likes women?
I mean, I think no matter what we say here, there's no way to prove one way or the other. Do you have data, like data
Yeah.
to support what you're saying?
Yep.
Yep.
So is this like domestic violence, or what's the data going to be on?
Why did you laugh when you said domestic violence?
I mean, I think you're reading into what I'm saying incorrectly.
Why?
How else should someone interpret when someone laughs at the term domestic violence?
Take it how you want, ma'am. Are you going to provide it or no?
Oh, thank you, Katie, for the kitty on Twitch.
You went,
What do you feel like talking about, Parker's? Which topic?
does he, piano guy, do you want statistics on DV?
I would be asking
Well,
twice
if
if I said
that's
yes.
if that's the argument that we're placing, but that's not necessarily the only argument of USA doesn't like women.
Oh, okay, so why is it?
The pulling back of reproductive freedom, reproductive access, the fact that there's no paid childcare, paid maternity leave. There's constant barriers being put in front of women when it comes to them trying to advance their financial and career goals. The wage gap.
Is there data to support any of what you're saying?
Yep, all of it.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that you need data, because on like the no paid childcare or maternity leave, because we don't have paid childcare or maternity leave on a federal level, like we just don't have it.
Why
It's just
should the
not a thing.
government pay for a choice you made?
A choice
Wow.
we made.
Yes.
What?
You're saying, well, if we're going to be rational people, you're a woman that decided to have a child knowingly. I'm not going
By
to
myself?
rule out people that,
By myself?
I'm assuming with a
So-
male.
Uh-huh.
We
having a
have a
child,
government
right?
that is rolling back our ability to actually control what happens with our uteruses, but then we are punished for any fetus implanted thereof.
Well, I just said we're going to talk like rational people. You're a woman that has.
I don't think
I'm
you're
sex
talking
with a
taking it
male.
irrationally,
irrationally. Are you following?
Oh, I'm following. I'm saying you're saying it's unfair that the government doesn't pay for your child to be taken care of while you're at work.
I'm saying if
Correct.
the government
But
keeps
you're-
wanting to have employees, then maybe it should
and
take care of the
consumers.
people creating the employees and
Producers.
consumers.
Again, and I'm saying it's consensual. If you and a male have consensual sex, have a child, you knew it was going to happen.
No.
You're saying the government should pay for
Nope.
that?
Did
Can
you
you
just
con-
equate? Listen.
Go ahead.
No. Consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy.
Someone check on his fiance.
Exactly. That's what I was about
Please.
to ask.
Check
So,
on her.
like-
She's doing great.
Piano guy,
I'm not gonna believe you.
can you consent to a biological process?
Do I consent to a
I
biological
said,
process?
can you consent to a biological process?
I think you can make decisions to
Sir,
get
that's
to that
a yes
That was
point.
a
no
yes or no.
question.
A very simple.
Can you consent? No, but let's say you're
Okay,
having
there
sex
you
with
have
somebody. That's the risk
it.
you're going
Ding,
to
ding,
So
ding,
take.
just because you decided to have sex does not mean that you consent to pregnancy.
So don't have sex ever
Boom,
again.
he gets it.
So just eliminate the problem then. Just never have sex with men.
We're trying to eliminate the problem. Go get
Oh
a
my
vasectomy.
God, I so wish it wasn't Lincoln George.
Well, the reason I don't is because I would like to have a child one day, right? And I also engage in intercourse with my fiance.
Not a choice.
Is every time you have sex an intention to get pregnant? And if so, does she know that?
It's the knowledge that it may happen. I engage in it knowing it could happen. and I'm prepared to deal with that. I don't need the government
You're
to hold
prepared
my
to deal
hand.
with it.
Is she?
You're prepared to deal with the long-term health consequences? Because that's what she would be signing up for, whether you are prepared or not.
I disagree with that. I mean, I think if a woman is going through labor or going through pregnancy, it affects both of you.
No.
100%. No, 100%. I mean, I'm going to have to take care of her, correct?
What, getting her ice chips? You poor baby.
It's not that. I mean, wait, you guys are all about emotion, right? I hate to see my fiance in pain, right? You think that's funny?
Yeah, I was like,
That is
you've
not
just
even
been talking
close to the
about your
same thing.
fifis.
Well, I mean,
Sir,
you're
I'm
saying
trying to
that it
eat
doesn't
peanut butter
affect me.
M&Ms, and you're over here being a whole joke on the internet. Why are you doing that?
All I
Choking
did
hazard.
was put the phone down for 2 seconds, and I said, I know that voice. Hey, no rats.
Hi.
She came to collect this.
Hang on.
Sir, may I
I'm
ask you a
gonna
question?
fire off. Ooh.
I just want to ask one question. Sir, what is an episiotomy and how many of them are there?
I would ask you the same question. How many people do you think know
Perfect. So
what
how
that
many
is?
times are we going to cut your taint?
Cut my taint.
Yeah, you said you're going to go through pregnancy and childbirth together. Do we get to cut your
We could give
taint from
him
your
the
rectum to your
We're on my
testicles?
taint now.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
we
if
could
you
give
said you're
him the
going through it
husband
together, we should give you an episiotomy. Should we cut you from your rectum to your
Sure.
testicles?
Let's do it.
Perfect. Come on.
You would
I
not.
got
You
an
wouldn't
11
last.
blade.
Make
You
sure
would
I can
not
see
last.
you when it's happening too.
I got an 11 blade. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Well, send me your address. Or well, I'll send you mine. You know, women and
Perfect.
addresses that that
Perfect.
scares me sometimes.
Shoot me a DM. We'll show you what it's like to get an episiotomy.
Done deal.
Yeah, so the point is, piano guy, while you're sitting there looking pretty for 9 months, our maternal mortality rate has been escalating ever since the overturn of Roe v. Wade. Pregnancy and childbirth is
What a
life
time to join the live. Agreed.
According to the CDC, the maternal mortality rate in the U.S. is over 33 deaths per 100,000 live births in 2021, and that's mostly only amongst white women, because Black women or anyone of color experience disproportionately higher risks. We also have preeclampsia and eclampsia, conditions that involve dangerously high blood pressure, potentially causing seizures, organ damage, or stroke if untreated. We hemorrhage when we're pregnant because severe bleeding during or after childbirth, as a few of us have learned, is a leading cause of maternal death globally. We also have infections very commonly, as pregnancy lowers the immune system's strength, making mothers more vulnerable to infection like sepsis, which becomes deadly. We have gestational diabetes, placental complications, preterm birth, mental health risks, blood clots, chronic health conditions afterwards, like heart disease, kidney problems, autoimmune disorders, which are exacerbated or created by pregnancy. And you get to just sit there and go, but I'm taking care of her.
So I have a solution. Don't have sex. I fixed it. Done.
Vasectomy. Snip, snip, motherfucker.
Either way. I mean, I'm not. Did I say I wouldn't do that?
No, I'm not saying just for you. I'm saying for every pair of testicles that descend. Vasectomy.
So married couples and stuff like that should never engage in intercourse?
Not if you aren't prepared to deal with that.
That is
Wild.
crazy. That is like an unhinged
I
thing
mean,
to say.
Is it crazy to say if you're
It
not
is an
prepared for the
unhinged thing to say
physiological
because
challenges of
we all
pregnancy,
know that
don't have
intercourse
sex?
is not just for having babies.
Or use
That is the
protection.
craziest thing.
Wait, but you have to ask him, does he think that sex is only for making babies?
Well, wait. He just said
the
or
majority
use
of men don't
protection.
believe that.
As if any protection is 100% foolproof, as if the very government isn't trying to take away those protections.
I never
right
said
now.
that.
Right, because
I
I'm
never said
allergic
it
to
was
latex, and I got pregnant on the pill and Depo.
If you didn't intend for that
amount-
to happen, I'm sorry.
The amount of walking IUD babies I have met horrifies me.
Shh, don't. My Morena can hear you.
I'm so sorry.
I think someone should name their kid Marina if it does get birthed on that.
Oh my.
I'll do it.
So what do you guys solve by having
I'm aware
this
there are
discourse?
latex-free condoms, but they are not as effective as latex condoms. And
Also
you know,
much
I'm
more
in a
expensive.
Yep. I'm a committed
Hey, piano guy,
relationship, and on birth control.
Did you know any of the stats, any of these facts before you walked in here?
See, here's my thing with statistics. I'm not going to say they're wrong.
Because
didn't
if
you
you
ever
didn't,
respond?
then that's why we're here.
You were the one that
We are
asked for
educating.
statistics.
Well,
You
I mean,
asked for
I'm
stats.
I'm curious about the statistics, right? But let's look at, and since you guys love to change the topic, let's look at polling, right?
You were the one that changed the
They
topic because Parker's asked you a question and you
we got
pivoted.
on cats when I was talking about something else, so that's not entirely true. So,
Companion shit is
just
on point with cats.
just
Actually, it was
because,
it tracked because we thought you were talking about your fiance like a dog.
right, something I never said, right? So that's
It was implied. It was implied.
I implied that my fiance was a dog. How so?
Yeah, saying that it's a companionship.
If the
Right,
person
meaning
I'm dating said that they only like me because I keep them company, I would dump their
I mean, I
ass
give you one reason.
so
I have many,
fast.
many reasons why I love my fiance and enjoy being around her.
Because
Any
she's gonna
woman.
birth your baby when you're ready.
That's the opinion of religious men, and
Whether
I'm not
she
that.
survives or not.
I think you guys are taking opinions that are radicalized and applying them to all men.
I think you're very radical.
How so?
Saying that that married people should only have sex if they intend to have a child is radical.
No, I said if you are not prepared to deal with the physiological changes that you presented to me, maybe it's not the best idea.
But wouldn't abortion be a method of dealing with a pregnancy should it arise? Like if you don't want to continue the pregnancy, wouldn't a method of quote unquote, as you say, dealing with it be to have an abortion?
I agree with that. I think you should.
Okay.
I'm not. See, here's the problem with the left is you think that everybody falls into one category. I love guns. I love America. Go have your abortion. I'm not
So who'd
religious.
you vote
Everybody
for?
does fall into a category. The category is douchebaggery.
I didn't vote for anyone. I think they're both horrible candidates, and Kamala should have never ran. Her party
Kamala.
failed her, and I think Trump is horrible for foreign policy and just horrific on both ends of the aisle. But no one wants to talk about that, right?
You didn't
How
even
did we get here?
try.
Well,
Right.
you say like I'm a male and I have to have these opinions, right? But I'm just proving to you that not all males who are white think the same way.
He's not all minning it.
Oh, God.
And he thinks
Who
that
asked you for
saying
this?
males makes it better.
Did anyone request this?
No.
Oh, okay.
Subscribe.
I was wondering.
I did
Yes.
ask him who he
Unsubscribe.
voted for because
This is not
what state are you in?
Why do you need to know that?
Because it
I'm in
matters.
Texas.
Okay,
What state are you in?
what state are you all in?
Florida.
Arizona.
Florida.
North Carolina. We're 50-50.
Okay.
Right down the middle. I think it was
Didn't
49
North Carolina go for
Democrat.
Trump?
What's that?
Didn't North Carolina go for Trump?
Yeah, but it's 50-50. Go look at it. I think it was like 49% to 51%.
So it sounds like your vote could have made a difference.
It not when our system is the way it is. I mean, I think most of our politicians are bought and their ideas aren't their own anyway. Especially the left, which, funny enough, hating billionaires, they have the most billionaire funders. So
And who's Trump's cabinet made up of?
of Elon Musk,
No, his whole cabinet, not just Elon Musk.
you're asking the common human about politics that most people don't study.
Can I
care
ask
to
a
know.
question?
The common human doesn't like come into a political live and
Well,
request.
your statement is a little more dumbed down than who's on Trump's political cabinet.
Chat, just give your best guess on how many billionaires Trump has in his cabinet right now.
And here's another guess.
It's
Say
13.
who's find out how many billionaires funded Kamala versus Trump.
But I think it's interesting, right, that this has been a talking point over the last couple of days about billionaires funding which party over which party. But
There's
here's
so
the
many
thing,
people that got the
right?
answer right.
But here's the thing, right? Regardless of how many billionaires funded the Democratic Party, I want
Right.
to point out a stark difference, okay? I don't care if it was more or it was less. The Democratic Party does not introduce legislation that is intended to actively harm communities and marginalized peoples. That is the difference. So I don't care if they have 37% more billionaires or 1% less or whatever it is that you want to say. The GOP actively introduces legislation that is harmful to women, children, people of color, people in the queer community. They actively do those things. So it doesn't matter to me personally if there are more billionaires that fund the Democrats.
There's also a difference between
So if you don't mind me
money-
asking, what are you doing
I was in the
here?
middle of a sentence. I was in the
Me
middle of a
mind.
sentence. I was in the middle of a sentence.
I know
So
you
the
do. You don't
different.
want intelligent conversation.
I was in the middle of a sentence and you interrupted me. So
Shush.
No,
yeah,
I
I'm gonna
I wasn't
talk.
speaking to you. I was speaking to the other madam.
Shushy's time.
Okay, there's also a difference between new money and old money. If you notice, old money invested in Kamala Harris, new money invested in Trump. Because the difference with new money, it's like the crypto bros. They want their money fast and quick and they don't give a fuck. Old money knows about generational wealth. And they know that if you collapse the economy and no one has money to buy, just like no one has disposable income, then there's no one buying their products and their company goes out of business. And there's no one that can afford to work for the wages that they have. So old money, yeah, they're like, yeah, I won't get the tax cuts with Kamala, but it won't collapse the economy and people will have money to buy the houses that I'm trying to sell, to buy the products I'm trying to sell, to you know, just engage in the economy. That's the difference. Elon doesn't understand the difference between old money and new money because he's considered new money and he's never earned a dime in his life.
Well, I mean, there's only two car companies in the country's history that haven't gone out of business, and it's Tesla and Ford.
And how many government subsidies does Tesla get?
Oh, well, lots because they're electric,
Mhm.
which the Democrats love or don't love now, right?
And Republicans love green energy when? When did that happen?
I don't think they ever
He also
said
didn't
they
invent
do.
Tesla, so like, can we
Well,
stop?
he bought it, but he runs the company.
Yeah, but he didn't invent it. He didn't
It doesn't
create
matter.
it.
I
It
could have
does
bought it
matter.
and ran it into the ground, right?
Like he ran
He
Twitter
did
into
with
the
X?
ground.
Well, he did that because it censored media.
No,
which
he
is
did that because he doesn't know what he's doing. You think he wanted to run in the ground? No, he literally thought that he was gonna make it better, but he doesn't know anything about anything.
He
Well,
wanted
he
Thinks
to
that
did
he
gut
can.
fire
all of
everybody
their.
and then beg for them to come back.
Well, he did gut all their staff. So, and personally, I don't think he would have cared if it tanked or not.
Which is, oh, you think that someone that invested that much money wants their company to tank? So he's
I
dumb.
think
You're
if
saying he's dumb?
we're gonna argue that he's more invested in X than Tesla.
I didn't say he was more invested. Who said that?
Well, you're arguing that if he's engaging with a business, he wants it to succeed. But I think you're dealing with somebody who doesn't care either way, as long as his biggest venture, X and Tesla, or
So
not
then why
X,
would we put him in
SpaceX and
charge of the
Tesla.
US like economy?
What's
If
that?
so why would we put him in charge of the US economy if he's shown that he doesn't give the same credence to all his ventures?
We're gonna compare the U.S. to X.
I just
I'm giving you
know.
like what's not am I do you guys understand where I'm going here? Where the dots are
Maybe, yeah.
connecting?
Yeah, so maybe I can make it a little
Okay.
bit, maybe I can make it a little bit easier for you to understand, right? X he had a financial stake in. So
Mhm.
if X did well, he would financially do well. So if he didn't give that the same care and the same caution, why should we put him in charge of the government where he's supposed to not stand to profit from it at all? If he
So we're talking
tanked his own
about
money, why should we trust him to not tank our country?
so we're talking about one of the already most successful individuals on the planet. I doubt that his success with X would have really mattered to him.
To be clear, he
Still not
wasn't
understanding.
successful. His parents were.
Correct. His parents had money.
Based
A
on the
lot of our parents
The
have
the
money. We
point
don't lean
is
on
if
that.
he is so wealthy
not a lot of our parents have money,
if
fun
he is
fact.
so wealthy and like just like can just not give a shit about what happens to X,
Right.
why would we put him involved in our entire economy when he's so wealthy that it doesn't matter to him if he tanks our entire economy and destroys every single person in its wake?
Well, that's
I
up
know
to
why.
Trump,
I know
right?
why. No. I know why.
But that's why
So
it's an issue.
Well,
Because Trump is
he
dumb
was
too.
elected by more than half of the population. So
Elon
I
was
think
not
you're the
elected.
minority here.
Musk was not
And
elected.
it was not
Musk was
and Trump
not
was not elected by more than half the population. You're incorrect.
He got the majority vote, did he not?
No.
Was that more than
So
half the
right
population?
now,
I think majority means more than half.
No.
No.
Because the
Yeah.
majority, like a third of the population voted. So it was not even close to the majority.
Well, then
He
we'll
only
call
got
it the voter base.
48%,
Right.
and not everyone
He got
voted.
59.8% of the vote.
Sure.
And over 60 million people.
And by the way, Elon is allowed to be elected into his
Why do you
position.
say
which is
sure
not
like
great.
it's not true? Like
Erica?
this
But
is
he
easy,
isn't. He wasn't
verifiable
elected.
stuff.
What did
Remember
I
when
say?
he said
Sure
that
to?
he doesn't consume politics and blah blah blah. And here he is trying to have some kind of authority in this conversation
Well, I
when
don't
you've
think
been
every
wrong
single
every step of the
individual.
way. wrong
I don't think
every
every.
single
No,
step
no,
of the
no,
way.
no. He clearly doesn't keep up with politics because if he did, he would realize that Musk's involvement with Doge, who has been recommending the firing of workers at the FDA, which oversees Neuralink, the FAA, which oversees SpaceX, and USAID, which has probed into Starlink, also the
It's a lot of
FPV,
letters there,
which
man.
oversees Tesla's financing
Do you need
arm
her to
and
go
potential
slower?
payment platform on X.
Please go
In
say it
fact,
slower.
it
Yeah.
is the conflict of interest. That's why he's been involved with Doge. Not because he was elected, not because he's qualified, not because he's even been background checked enough to be near it, but because, oh, look, it's real convenient for suddenly all of these investigations and oversight into all of his companies that have been breaking the law are suddenly, losing all their workers to give a fuck.
So put him in jail. Why isn't he in jail?
We're trying,
Why
but
isn't
his
the
bestie just got
president in
elected.
jail?
Exactly. It's because
the
our
conflict of
country's due
interest
process
is
does
allowing
not
him.
follow your mindset, right? It
Why
takes care
are
of
the
their
people
own.
in charge of
It's
the
the same reason.
investigations?
I literally hate when men overtalk women. Shut up. I literally hate it. I really do. It's the
Without
conflict
even
of interest that
saying-
Parker's actually mentioned. All right. He's been able to be in charge of the personnel of departments that are actively investigating him. So him being able to recommend the firing of these employees is preventing the investigations. Do you not understand that?
Do I not understand that
Do
he's?
you not understand that? Do you not understand that there is a conflict of interest here on Elon Musk's side? Do you not understand that?
I mean, we're getting into conspiracy theory
Here,
now at this
We're
point.
not
me
getting
try
into
again.
conspiracy
Let me
theory.
try
These are
again.
active investigations. What?
When
Okay.
Trump was sworn in, Elon Musk's corporations were under more
These are
than
marshmallows
32
for my-
investigations conducted by at least 11 federal agencies. Most of those cases are now closed or likely to be closed soon because the federal agencies that are being defanged by Doge. See how that works?
So if we're going to be mad at one individual, we have to be mad at all of them, right?
Oh my fucking god. No, that's a slippery slope fallacy. Eat shit.
Well, because it tells, right, because Democrats are doing the exact same thing, right?
No, they're not.
Oh, so nobody like insider trades, right? Nobody insider trades, right? Especially not Nancy Pelosi with a $200,000 salary.
I don't know.
and a
Marjorie Taylor
$240
Greene just
million
got caught
net worth.
with it again.
And Elizabeth Warren with a $200,000 salary certainly isn't worth $20+ million,
Sounds
right?
great. Put her in jail.
That's what I said.
Like, lock
So
her up.
put 'em
We're
in
not even
jail then.
We're not even Democrats, my guy.
Which
You're missing the point.
Why
Yeah.
is this a win for him? No one gives a fuck if these people go to jail. Put them in jail.
Yeah.
Lock them
So
up.
do it. You're
It's
supporting my argument.
Republicans. It's the
You're
Republicans
the
that have
only
deregulated
one
and allowed this kind of
defending
stuff to
them.
happen. The Republicans are the ones that have like deregulated things, allowed all these protections to go away, allowed monopolies to form, allowed like the housing market to crash, like all these deregulations. Like Democrats are the ones that want this shit. You think the Democrats are like, yes, let's do insider trading. Fuck yes.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi said, "Fuck you, it's
Okay.
it's legal," and she said we're going to
What's up,
keep doing
Erica?
it.
Parkers,
It is legal
I
right
wanted to
now. It
ask
is
you something.
because of Republicans.
Parkers, can you
Yeah.
please go to DC or California, wherever Nancy is, all right? Because I know you have her contact information since all you libs hang out
I
together.
can text her.
Oh,
Besties,
thank
absolutely.
you. Like, set it up, Alina, so you guys
We
can
do a
meet at the
FaceTime.
cafe or something. And I want you to arrest her. Lock her up, okay? Lock her up and
I'm
lock
on it.
her
That's
up
what
now.
I do for funsies.
Do it.
Do it to all
Lock
of them.
her
I don't
up.
support either side.
Lock her up.
Then why are
But
you
you're only bringing up the
defending it?
Democrats, so it's weird.
Well, because I'm sitting in because you guys think that all Republicans think the exact same. Oh, he's white and he's male. He must hate women and he hates the
Are you
left.
Republican?
You
said
do
didn't
hate
vote.
women.
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm marrying one. 100%.
Yep.
I mean, I'll be here whenever she wants to escape. Well, straight up, like
Yeah,
she'll call
you'll-
me and
I
I'll
say
knock her
this-
out.
You'll be there single as a Pringle on
did-
your live.
Oh yeah?
Did Thomas Jefferson like
Uh-oh.
Sally
What did he
Hemings?
say? Yeah, what
Oh,
did he
you
say?
heard me. You heard me.
He
No,
said,
say it again,
He
friend.
said that you're single
Oh,
as
yeah, I
a
probably
Pringle,
used
Alina.
Say it
That's what he
again.
said.
I
No,
sure did.
I want to hear him say it.
I said it pretty loud.
It
The
has
first
a
say it
cute
again,
little
friend.
rhyme.
Say it again.
Oh, show me the hubby. Go ahead. I see you looking down. Yeah, there
Does
you
that look
go.
single to you?
See, but the thing is, though,
What? Tell me. Tell me because you were so wrong.
I think Ren got him.
I just want to point out that I have to say this every day on this app, and it's fucking exhausting. Just because you're in a relationship and you're sexually attracted to women does not mean you actually fucking like them. It just means that that's what you like to do with your peen. It's not the same thing.
You're just making generalizations.
No, I'm not.
It's not a
This
generalization if it's
conversation-
based off of like your behavior. The fact, like your comment right now about me being single as a Pringle, proves the background. Because why would a woman be happy single,
So
right?
your husband
Because
hates you?
a woman's worth is with her marriage, right?
So your
A
husband
woman's
hates you?
worth is, oh no, he loves the fuck out of me. We've been
Okay,
married for 5 years.
isn't he a part of the U.S.? Is he not? Is he from Ukraine?
Okay. So I'm in a relationship
He's not-
also,
yeah, he's not
and
clicking.
I
It's not
want you to
clicking.
understand something,
It's not
right?
clicking.
Just
Yeah,
as
it isn't
Alina's
clicking.
husband and my partner, they both understand that they are men in the United States, and unless they are actively speaking out against the things that are harming women in marginalized communities, then they can consider themselves part of the problem. They understand this. They're not stupid.
My husband doesn't get offended by this. Not
Neither
like
does
you.
my partner.
Neither does
My
mine.
husband laughs at people like you, actually. He's like, why do they get so upset?
No one's been
No,
upset here.
piano guy.
Oh,
I
you've been
am
upset.
worthless because I am.
I think
single.
who's the people that are
You've been
really
super
upset? The
upset.
ones
You've
holding
been
the
super
platform,
You've
or
been
the
super
people
upset.
Only
responding?
the one
You've
yelling.
been super upset.
Who's the people really mad? Holding the platform, or the ones who respond?
Oh, we have fun doing this.
I bet you do.
This is a little fun
Yeah,
part-time gig for
we were
me.
hanging out.
Yeah. Do you guys work, or you like contribute to the economy, or
Yep.
what do you guys do?
Sure do.
Yep.
What,
I have a
let's
full-time
go
job.
through it. What are your jobs? Since we already mentioned the states, what do you do for work?
What do you
I
do
work
for
in-
work?
I'm a regional manager for an alcohol distributor.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'm sorry, I tuned out. All I heard was assistant to the regional manager.
I know, that's what I heard
Yeah,
too.
minister. Yeah, there you go. Words are hard, right?
He didn't.
They
he
are
missed that
hard.
joke.
That's
He
why
missed
I'm
that
an
Manager.
English
joke.
teacher of 10 plus years and have, in
Yes.
fact,
Oh,
12
I'll
years
cry
of
for you
academic study
tonight,
of English.
madam.
Mhm.
Words are hard,
Anywho.
honey.
Oh, I don't have a
Y'all,
I don't have
is
a
there-
real job. This is what I do.
Oh,
Why
where'd he
leave?
go?
Come
Ran.
back. Oh, he was
So, chat, isn't it funny how he proved the background so quickly by saying that I would be single as a Pringle? Because again, a woman's worth is only with her marriage, her family, whether or not she has kids or anything like that.
Her value
And
in
then when I
relation to
showed
any
him,
man.
what was he going to say to that?
Ruh-roh.
Oh, so your husband hates you because he's part of the US? Like, be for real. I hope she leaves
I
him.
started out this Monday willing to like do benefit of the doubt, but I'm tired now. Fuck him.
You see, Parkers? You see? I do love Pringles, Mariah. I love the fuck out of Pringles.
This is why.
But the thing about Pringles is there's no such thing as single as a Pringle because you can never have one single Pringle.
Listen,
Sure
You have to
can.
have,
I was going with the idea of like
multiples.
the reset, the mental reset.
Nope, never. Just be here for the vibes. Don't take them seriously. They are not smart.
I do love my rings. I just feel rings feel like prisons.
Oh,
I bet you too much salt.
drink water.
The water retention doesn't like happen unless you have the higher consumption of salt too.
Then like go pee.
How does this work?
Neither of those things.
I don't know. I always feel better. No, Raz, help. You work in the medical field.
So, I mean, if you have a lot of sodium, then you do in fact need to drink water. It will help with the fluid retention. Maybe not necessarily. It's not necessarily at first, but yeah, you do need to drink water if you're consuming a lot of sodium. But if you're getting puffy, then reduce your sodium intake.
It's not about puffy. I just don't. I feel like rings are like finger prisons.
How I feel
always
about pants.
like
I get it.
W. Fuck pants. Oh, we have someone here.
Cobblestone. Hi. Do
Hi.
you disagree with the background?
Does anyone else miss Kristen? Kristen's on vacation. She was in the chat.
I
She came in, dropped her heart me.
do agree with the prompt.
Hold on one second. Andrew, there's no need to call me out. Crazy Alina says rings feel like prisons and was surprised by her rads are results.
Ooh.
I was not
I
surprised
felt
by mine.
ableist.
That was so
Was that the
loud, Andrew. That
autism?
was loud, loud, loud.
Is
Yeah,
that
it is the autism test that I scored a
Yes.
165 on.
Mine was much
high.
higher, but I also am autistic, so you know, it makes sense.
Gravelstone, did you say you
You're
agree
right.
with
You're
that
right,
approach?
Andrew. You're right, Andrew.
Well, I mean, there's people in the USA that are trying to, like, that love women, or we are trying to uplift women. That's the problem, is like, we're just clearly either a minority or something's been altered in the voting computers that Trump said that Elon knows very well to make everyone think
What
that
flavor would you like?
everyone hates women, because lately, like, there seems to be maybe it's all these young men entering the voting sphere, like
What
inflating.
flavor would you like?
Um,
We have chocolate chip. We have oatmeal raisin. We have sugar. We have sugar with like sprinkles on it. Those are my favorite. Those are the Publix ones, the sprinkle cookies. I love those. We have snickerdoodle.
I like snickerdoodle personally.
Okay. I don't have any on hand, but we can get those sent out to you for your cookie. Is that what you came for? You want a cookie?
I have Thin Mints.
Are you trying to give me a cookie right now? Like, for...
I thought that's what you came for.
No, I just wanted to... Well, I mean, the last guy just upset me, the way he had to, like, bring everyone down. Like, you could just feel it. That's why I wanted to be up here. I wanted to argue. It made me upset to hear the last guy, you know, talk down to all the women on the panel.
But then that means you're not an op, right?
No, I'm not an op. Holy crap.
But
No.
what I will say, thank you for playing along, but also keep being, you know, I hate saying it, but one of the good ones, but really keep having the conversations with the men. Like men like that are the people you need to have conversations with. You need to go into lives hosted by men like that we just had,
Uh-huh.
and cook the crap out of them.
Cook the... Yep, no, totally. It's hard.
And record it
when
and tag us, because I would love to see it.
it's hard to keep my bearings. I'll crash out on people because, you know.
That's okay. Crash out all over them. They deserve it. They've been crashing out on us for centuries.
Damn long.
But thank you so much. I don't think I've ever had a snickerdoodle, but I heard they're good.
They're so good.
Alina, I need
Soft
you to
chocolate
live a little.
Soft chocolate
Live a little?
cookies are the best.
I need you to have a sneak.
I'm sorry, but the Publix sprinkle cookies are the best fucking cookies. I might have to get some. I have to get some. Shout out to everyone in the chat that understood where we were going. Was I too mean to him? Maybe.
No, you were actually a
just
lot
tired.
nicer than you usually are to dudes that come
He
up
seemed
and
nice.
ignore
He seemed
the
nice.
boundaries.
And he didn't take. And you know what? I believe him.
Yeah,
because he
didn't
took
get
it
defensive.
well. Yeah, he didn't take it offensive. So a W for him. Little W. Little W.
Also, his profile picture is Salem the cat, and so that's another W.
Oh, I didn't even
That is a
notice
big
that.
W.
Because I can't see with my glasses on. Who am I?
I need to make coffee.
Copywriting
You should. You should. That is the funniest shit that you say. Truly, I can't see with my glasses on.
Because I can't. The light is too damn bright.
You know it's not the light. You know you need a stronger prescription.
You need a stronger prescription. That's not calling me out.
But the font is very small. The font is very small.
It is. But I've had like 3 hours of sleep over the last 2 days. I think I do need to make coffee because I keep stumbling over words because I'm tired.
That is not how I thought that sentence was going to end. I thought that sentence was going to end with, I think I'm going to go take a nap.
Take a nap.
Not, I need to make more coffee. I thought you were going to say, I need to take a nap.
No. I haven't had coffee in a couple days, and I think I needed to like rebalance my life.
And you also haven't had any sleep, so
I'll sleep after I plant more things outside.
I'm under my
wake up in the morning.
I'm under my heated blanket. I might take a nap.
Isn't it amazing?
Yes.
Like, even if it's warm outside, You just crank the AC on and you get under a heated blanket, and all is well.
Yeah, the
Like
chat is like, Parker's gonna sleep. Yeah, I'll take a nap eventually. I'm very pro nap, I promise.
You don't seem pro nap.
I'm incredibly pro nap. Most of the time, I am very asleep. I just like wake up to participate and then go right back to sleep. The last 2 days have been weird. My anxiety is running and I don't know why. And I have to be awake to figure out why.
You're lucky enough to have AC. True, but I don't know that.
And I just take a nap.
Just keep talking about naps. I'm gonna drop from this panel and go sleep.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't. Naps are good.
So we've been live for an hour and a half.
Oh.
And the goal has not moved at all.
And
what are we doing here?
And you're not at
Why am I
100K
here?
likes yet. There's only 225
no,
shares. What is this? I haven't seen any gifts go in. This is why there's no apps. You guys, goons, you know better. You know better.
We think they do. Sometimes they do.
Sisters?
There's someone in the request that says the person in the request username is some dude who's mad.
That should go well.
I hate you. I don't even know who you are. Do I know who you are? Should I know who you are? I mean, you guys can let him up. I am putting something in the Etsy shop that I've been promising.
Tell him it was me.
Yo.
Again.
So, okay. Thank you, Erica. Erica sent, let's get the goal moving, sent 15. Marina said L for being a slacking goon, sent 10. Ren sent 5 for here, damn. And Phil sent 5 for let's get it started.
Let's
I could
go.
just hear Ren go, here, damn.
W's.
I'll do the math in a second.
I told y'all to mute me. None of y'all muted me.
We didn't hear that part.
I didn't hear that at all.
Okay, so you just listen to me brew my coffee and mutter under
Yeah,
my breath.
it was kind of nice.
Fine.
It was kind of nice. I heard you mention
I heard you fill the water thing, and yeah, I thought you were meant to hear that. You were just talking to yourself, sisters. Okay, all right. Thank you, no ads for $5 for snickerdoodles. Where does one get a snickerdoodle?
No idea, but you got 5 room, so.
Oh no, you can get a snickerdoodle anywhere. You get honestly, any bakery, Kroger, Albertsons, get a girl.
We don't have either of those. We used to have Albertsons.
It's probably at your Publix.
I guess we can talk to this person. Why is it you say that I hate you? Do I know you?
Yeah, I talked to you 4 months ago.
Oh,
the fuck?
You've been counting?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been on this app, but I feel
did you get like arrested or something?
No, I have a life. I like to go out and work and hang out with my friends and talk to my girlfriend. You know, simple things most people do.
Oh, wow, he is mad.
I do all of those things minus the girlfriend.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go tell my partner that I can't talk to him anymore because I'm on TikTok.
Yeah.
No, I mean I just do things with my life. Like I'm bored. The only time I'm on this app is when I'm bored. Like when I have nothing to do.
Okay.
Like it was this or watching
4 months later, you came
TV.
here again. Do you follow Alina?
No, I don't. I just like to yell at people on the internet. It's fun and
10
funny.
years later.
Okay.
All right.
You want to yell at us?
No, I actually wanted to tell the host, like, to get a job.
I do have a job, friend.
What is it?
I work in marketing. I have like a corporate job
Well,
in marketing.
clearly, yeah, same here. Clearly not doing that well. So,
No,
I
I'm doing
mean,
well. Like I'm like the most efficient person on my team.
what's your role? Are you a director?
Excuse me.
I'm
If I
second in
may,
command. So I'm
Elena,
Out
just
of
if
how
below
I may
many
director. I'm
ask
the
a
people?
assistant
question,
manager,
You
please.
get
basically.
to decide whether or not you're allowed
Assistant
to.
manager, basically. So you're
If
basically in
I,
an entry position.
some dude, I'm sorry. My apologies for
Wait, hold
interrupting.
on a second. Hold on.
Okay.
In what world is an assistant manager entry level position?
Because you said you're basically an assistant manager. I know
Yeah,
a
because
lot
I'm
of
not going to
people
tell you
who
my
are.
exact. I'm not going to tell you my exact title because then you could find what company it is because it's very specific.
So, Mr. Some Dude, did you practice this? Have you been practicing like what questions you're gonna ask Alina, how you're gonna respond? Is this what you've been doing for the past 4 months? Playing
Just
out this
summon,
scenario,
yeah,
this exact,
summoning the courage, I guess.
like, playing this exact scenario out in your head, like, hey, when she says this, I'm gonna say that. Like, have you been doing this for the past 4 months?
No, you fucking moron. I was just bored, had a drink, and wanted
Ooh, you
to
He's
said
like a
you
go
weren't
fucking
here.
gonna do
light.
that. You said you weren't gonna
Well,
do that, and look at you doing it.
Doing what?
How small is it?
It's itty bitty.
Oh yeah, itty bitty.
This is why I
you
call them
start.
push pop.
Tiny. You can barely see it.
I know, and
I
that's
look
why you're
down
some
there,
dude that's
and
mad.
I'm like, where is it? Where is
That
it?
makes sense.
And
That
I'm
is why
looking
you're
for
some
it,
dude
and I
that's
have to lift
mad.
up your flaps and see, oh, there's my dick. 'Cause that's how fat you are.
That is why you're some dude that's mad.
Oh
And we all
man.
get it. We understand.
Be mad too. All right.
No, I'm
We'd
saying
be
like
mad too.
I have to lift up the fat of your stomach to see my
You have to
cock.
lift up the fat of your
Oh.
I'm 5'6" and 130 pounds. I wear a size 2, my guy. Shut up.
No, I am fat. What's your point?
I'm just trying to talk.
And I'll still steal your bitch.
And if he's that small, then that's a him problem.
What?
I'm just
And I'll still steal your bitch. So what's your point?
I'm just joking with
She
you
would.
guys.
She would. She would.
Big fucking facts. All three of us would, and I'm hungry as shit. I bet your girl would love me.
She really wouldn't.
Famous last words.
I mean, my woman has 3 of my kids and is a good wife.
What does
I
that
mean,
Sorry to that lady.
I won't. I mean,
My
I'd
condolences to
rather
her.
hang out with her any day of the week than 3 stupid whores.
But here you are.
Hey, I'm a
You are.
smart whore. Thank
You're
you.
here with us.
That was 4 of
Yeah,
us,
I know,
though.
it's terrible.
Wait, who isn't the
No,
whore?
he's
Because it's
back.
4.
He's back.
Wait,
He's back.
who
Just so you know.
isn't the whore?
It's not me. I can tell you that right now. I'm definitely
It's
one of the 3.
Yeah, which is not the
But I'm a
whore.
smart one.
Oh, sorry, 4. You know.
Stupid.
Attaboy.
Can't count. That's a shame.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm talking about whores, I usually lose track.
All right. Well, so
Can't
anyway,
tell
I'm
one
not
and
gonna.
the other.
I'm no longer gonna
He's just trying to
participate.
say he's run
Yeah,
through.
no, here's the
I feel
thing.
it, no, Raz. I
This
feel
is
it.
his schmink, and he wants us to degrade him, and I'm not gonna participate any longer. So if you want to have an intelligent conversation, which I don't, I don't know that we're gonna get past this point. We can do that, but I'm not gonna degrade you for free. If you would like me to do that, you can DM me, and we can set something up, and I can hurt your feelings all day.
Oh, no, don't worry. I mean, you single people already hurt yourself, so have fun.
Not single.
Lol. Again, I love that they try to equate singlehood to like being sad because
No, he has a degradation.
single women.
Nah, he has a
I
degradation
know.
schmink. You see how fast he left after I called him out?
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn.
That's what they do. That's why typically, is it a kink? It's a kink.
I wasn't looking at the screen. You're right. He gone.
I'm not gonna yuck his yum. Like, do your thing, boo boo. But if that's what you want, you gotta pay me. I don't work for free.
Valid.
And her rates are not competitive, so be prepared to pay.
Let me restart my
Product
computer.
is
I think it's as tired as I am.
Take a nap, Parkers. Take a nap.
Hey, I'll get there. For the record, I'm usually more cat-like I sleep like 20 hours a day kind of vibes.
Okay, I promise there will be better photos taken of this. But for those of you guys that were like, where are the stickers? Okay. The Chairman Mao stickers are visually up on the Etsy.
Those are good photos.
They're not, well, they're like little paintings actually. Look, it's like
Aww.
a chick. It's from a photo, but I made it a painting.
So cute.
There will be other variations, but now
I invited this friend here. Sir, would you like to tell me why you think we're our own oppressors?
Ooh.
I think everyone's pressure.
T-shirts, mugs.
I need a Mao mug.
That wasn't
What's the big
a
dog's
great
name?
elaboration of your point.
Hey, Nine Lives, hold on one moment. Hey, Alina, what's the big dog's name again? Isn't it Moose?
Moose, yeah.
Yeah, can I have a Moose sticker? Just saying.
I gotta get a good photo of him. It's hard. The thing is, it's kind of hard to get a good photo of him now because he's so old and like
Oh,
goopy.
oh, okay.
But I could try. I could I can use one of an older photo of him.
I'll pay for it.
He's a little man.
Oh.
W Moose.
He's a goopy boy. What if we did like what if I did like a little pack of stickers of like all the
I'll take it.
all the kids.
What is this MBM and
Put
WBM
'em
thing?
all over the planners that y'all don't
Misbehaving.
use.
Okay, so MBW is misbehaving women. I think Jess started it. Don't ask me for her exact name, but Jess started
Oh,
it.
Leftist Jess.
Yeah, and also MBM is misbehaving men.
I just don't understand because misbehave is one word.
I know, but it's all. I've also seen MBN
Oh,
like
thank you.
misbehaving
I like it.
non-binaries, and
Misbehaving.
that's fun.
Thank you for the galaxy.
It's one word though.
But it
I know,
works.
Elena.
It hurts me. It hurts me so much. It's one word.
It works, and now that you said that, I'm gonna be looking at it like it's just one word. God damn it!
But what is
Alina.
it for? I don't get it.
It's It's like their podcast that they have.
Oh,
It's pretty cool.
okay. I'll check it out.
So, who wants to talk to Nine Lives?
I mean, I asked him a question. I asked him what he meant by "we are our own oppressors," and he just reiterated what he said.
Welcome, Lady Raid.
I mean, if you tell yourself that someone's going to hold you down, you're going to be held down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where did you get the
weird?
That's so weird. Out of
like
it's not real.
Are we back to the manifesting thing?
Yes.
Is that where...
Vibes, baby, vibes.
Y'all know,
well, I don't know. I just
real.
thought that was like a real icky visual to give.
Yeah, no, it was super creepy, but go ahead.
Again, welcome, Lady Raiders.
I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't be better for anybody. Specific group, women.
So if I say that men are not going to be misogynistic, does that mean that all men stop being misogynistic? If I'm just like, I believe it. If I believe it, you know, like the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. If I believe it, they will stop.
I've not had any real experience with the Field of Dreams, but
okay. Well, it's a famous movie, and there's a line in the movie that says, if you build it, they will come. So if I think that all men are misogynistic, if I believe that men are no longer misogynistic, they won't be anymore. Is that what you're saying?
no, I think you would probably find that a lot less men are misogynistic when you think that way compared to thinking they are.
That's not how that works.
W. Andrew for the $3 PayPal saying sorry for calling out your sensory issues. I was joking, but if you also are on the spectrum, then I understand that you didn't realize I was joking, but I was definitely joking. But thank you for that anyway.
There are layers to that joke then.
We were just
spectrum layers.
A lot
spectrum on
going on
spectrum
today,
violence.
and I am enjoying it. Just a lot.
Ooh, my coffee's ready.
Yay!
I'm not gonna lie, you prepping that coffee made me like want coffee.
Drinking iced coffee the whole time.
Same. You know, when you said that Field of Dreams quote, you know, if you build it, they will come. I also thought that in that movie, they also say there's no crying in baseball.
Oh, that's
not that movie.
League of Their Own.
That's League of Their Own.
With Tom Hanks. See? Diop knew.
Crying. There's no crying in baseball.
Baseball.
Wrong movie. Still a baseball movie, so it tracks.
It's enough. Sports ball.
Sports ball.
Yeah, I think that no crying thing actually can be led back into some men's misogynistic behaviors.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back to the patriarchy of, you know, men don't cry, toughen up, and stuff like that, don't show emotion, which causes a man to build it up and hold it up. And when he does let it out, it comes out as, you know, anger and all that's a secondary emotion. So.
I'm gonna go to dinner. I love you guys. Bye.
Bye,
Hey,
enjoy.
see you, Rat.
Have fun.
I didn't cook, so it's gonna be amazing.
You know how to cook.
No, thank you. She knows how to cook.
No, I know how to cook. It's just better when I don't have to cook.
Felt.
I've been laying in bed this whole time. I love it. Okay, love you. Bye.
Hey, see ya.
Love you. Bye.
Love you, Rats.
Love you, Tim.
So, Nine Lives, quick question. Do you disagree with the background?
I'd say that the USA doesn't like anyone that doesn't do what they're told. So I would say they don't like you, specific women, because you're pushing back against the narrative, pushing back against the American way, I would say.
Yeah, I caught none of that. I'm sorry. I don't know how to
define.
define.
One a little bit closer to your mic, Sugar.
Hold on, I have a friend in crisis. I'll be right back.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nine Lives, what did you just say? Can you please repeat?
I was saying that the United States, as it is not like anyone that goes against the system in place of, you know, and the system is that women should take a back seat and let man lead. So, yeah, I would say they don't like y'all particular group of women because y'all are saying something about it.
Well, thank you. But also, Sugar, you don't sound like an op, so why did you request up?
I didn't.
Oh, you got invited up because of the thing that he said that got no rat's attention. I remember now.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
I'm not saying that the system is designed to be against you. I'm saying don't let the system dictate how you move.
I mean, the system was designed to be against us, and it does dictate what we move within a certain capacity. But I appreciate that. Thank you. You
like,
are
and they did come
the,
through. The Laney Raiders came through. Don't
most
you worry.
decent, like Phil Bro that I've met on here.
Live life like the turtle they've been telling us the whole time.
What state are you in?
Georgia.
Nice. That's why I like that accent so much. It's the drawl.
It gets worse at times. I sound like a dirt road. Sometimes I sound like a dirt road with no Cadillac converter.
Very valid. Well, thank you, sir, for coming up. We're going to talk to Antive because I feel like that's going to be a true op.
Thank you.
But hang out with us in the comments.
Why do you think that? You don't know that.
You came off mute real fast when you first came up.
I didn't come off, but you haven't even said a word yet. What's this?
You weren't particularly waiting to be addressed. That's why. Oh, I know, Lincoln.
I'm
I
sorry.
I'm picking up my accent when I hear another Southerner.
Sorry. I was just, I feel like I disagree with the title a little bit because I'm not American. I come from South America. And I think I acknowledge that there are many other places in the world that are significantly more harmful.
What country in South America do you live in?
I was born in Ecuador, and I lived in England
Where
most
you
of my
live?
life.
Where you live now?
I lived in England most of my life, but now I'm in the U.S., and I feel that, like,
Okay, so you are in the
honestly,
US.
yeah, now I am.
Okay.
I Someone has a lot of background noise. Jay, can you mute up for a sec?
Yeah. But I think, like, I feel like the title's a bit of a bold claim in itself, and I'd kind of
Yeah.
like to hear more of like I'd like you to substantiate the claim a bit, I guess.
Erica.
Right, but who in America? America is such a diverse group of
My friend is
races,
in
gender,
crises.
ethnic
I'm just
groups,
going
religious
back and
groups.
forth
Are you talking
between.
about
Oh,
conservatives? Like,
is your name Erica? I'm just laughing because Erica went on Teacup like just at the perfect time.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll explain how this works. So this is a change my mind kind of vibe. So USA doesn't like women. This is what we're arguing. This is what we believe. So as an op, you would say, I disagree with this and why. So I think the USA likes women because of blank. And then we go from there.
okay, I mean, that's the subject can be inevitably very nuanced, but I guess I could try that. Um,
Many
I mean,
have
I
and
would
many
say
have
that
like,
again, like I'm saying, I come from like an international perspective. I think you'd have to acknowledge that many other places in the world, are significantly worse towards women and are much more strict in their enforcement of traditional gender roles. The U.S. has been actually fairly liberal in a de jure sense, if you know what that means.
well,
I
you
think
actually said you
that's
spent most of your time you were raised in England and now you're in the US. So I don't think you would actually have an accurate perspective of what South America is right now. There are many countries in Central and South America that actually rank higher than the US when it comes to gender equality.
Which countries?
Nicaragua for one. I think
Rwanda.
Costa
Nicaragua?
Rica also.
And Colombia.
Okay, well,
Yep.
yeah, that's more like Central America, though. I mean, I'm talking.
I
I
said
feel like
Central and South America. Just
okay, yeah, no, that's fair. I'm trying to give you like a because I visit Ecuador every year, so it's
mhm.
it's different, I
And would you
guess.
say, oh, thank you so much, Lanati. Wouldn't you say that a lot of the things that and struggles that Central South America and even the Caribbean go through are due to this destabilization and the involvement of the United States?
To an extent, yes. I mean, honestly, my Latin American history is not very good. It's not my major at university, but I think yes, to an
You
extent,
should
that is
learn more
true.
about it if that's where you come from, friend. Like you got to know where we come from. I'm Cuban. Like I'm been learning my history. Like you got to learn where your people come from.
Well, yeah, of course. It's just like I agree. Yeah, during my own time, it's just I'm busy with exams and such, like my specified college major. So
What's your
it's
major?
I do religious studies. I'm a
Oof.
devoted Catholic. So
Why?
It's
Sorry,
a
I said that out
why?
loud.
Excuse
I
me?
sorry, I said that
blood.
out loud. My bad. You don't have to answer that. I have impulse control.
Well, I mean, this is the point I was going to bring up, though, is that a lot of conservatives who are Catholic in the U.S., who I assume would be the ops in this scenario, are probably the group that you guys are targeting. But a lot of these people aren't even true to Catholicism or Christianity as a wider basis because Jesus Christ was actually very progressive for his time and was inclusive for
Mhm.
gender and roles. So you can mock Catholicism, Christianity all you want, but the reality is Jesus Christ loved all and he was inclusive of women.
I would
No,
say
yeah.
Christianity, like true to like the book, but Catholicism, like I would say you cannot argue it's very progressive because of the fact that like priests can only be men.
Well, this
Well,
because
yes,
you're thinking of
but
Catholicism as an organization and a system and the political side of it rather than the spiritual or subjective part of religion, which, I'm just Catholic because I'm also half Italian. And so, I originate from Italy in a sense. And,
Mhm.
Catholicism's huge in Ecuador as well. And so,
yeah, I was gonna say it's like it's the
Also in Cuban,
hypocrites of
I did all my
Catholicism that
sacraments
have
up
been.
until marriage.
I mean, it's like it's the hypocrites in Catholicism that kind of do everything backwards because if you are Catholic, you're taking it a lot more literal. It's the Catholics that are not that hypocritical that believe that like life begins at first breath because that's that's the doctrine.
well, it says that in the Bible, but again, you kind of have to, I like to, in my mind, if we're going to distinct between the ancient world and the actual teaching of God, you have to separate the gospel and the New Testament because the word of Jesus at its core is what we should, believe in to its, to the most extreme. Literally, the Old Testament and such was written by humans that are come from an ancient civilization. So when you see things like slavery, which are sanctioned in Leviticus, that's that's not necessarily the word of God per se, and that's not defendable at all. I admit that
Have
as
you
a
ever
Christian.
met Jeff? You would love Jeff.
Have I met Jeff? I have no clue.
End of
I
a
have heard of him.
species.
Yeah, he would love Jeff. I was like,
You would
you
love him.
sound very much like. So
You guys would have amazing
my
conversations on religion.
Oh, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is my major in college, but anyways, back to the
I was like,
point about the. I'm sorry, we got off on a bit of a tangent, but I feel like the U.S. is fairly progressive in its. I would say, it's extremely diverse, so the social standards for women vary a lot throughout the country. Like me, I'm
You
in a
would say
pretty
that
liberal
even
part.
now?
Yeah, 100%. Diversity has only gone up in the U.S.
But what about reproductive
Liberal areas,
freedom?
college campuses, that's only gone up.
But what about reproductive freedom? We have less freedoms now than when I was born.
I agree, but then that's the issue of abortion, which I mean, I'm personally pro-choice, even though I think it's very immoral. But the only reason I'm pro-choice is because the actual realities of pro-life legislation are that more abortions happen, and then more illegal abortions happen, and so more women die as well as more fetuses dying. So it's not
I
a
swear,
pro-life thing at
sometimes
that point.
sometimes you young kids
Mm.
really give me hope.
Yeah, I was like, that was
Truly.
actually really well thought out.
But
Yeah, but
also, what I argue too is if you're going to be pro-life, you better be pro fucking life, and you better be feeding, clothing, and all that stuff. I personally think that all the expenses when it comes to like raising a child should be covered by the government and subsidized. So that way, it's not just rich people able to have a kid. And I don't think people that are less off. I don't think that they should have to decide whether or not to have a kid because they can't afford to, even if they're like the most loving parent that would give their kid the world, just can't do it financially. Like I
yeah,
think
so I just saw someone in the chat say, "But you're Catholic," as if like all of us fucking Catholics are like a fucking monolith with the same beliefs. Like you're exactly the problem. But yeah, no, I agree to social benefits as well, just to an extent, because at some point it can become socialism, which I disagree with as an economic philosophy.
What? You were just we were just talking about Jesus' preachings. He
what do
was
you think
very
Jesus was?
socialist.
Jesus was a
He was very much
Jesus,
commie.
against
Jesus was a
hoarding
Oh, I just
wealth.
saw
spiritual.
Jeff come. Jeff, come up here.
No, Jesus
I
was a
have
spiritual
someone I want you to
teacher. He
He
meet.
didn't
answered the
warn tea
call.
against. Jesus gave a sense or a set of principles of wisdom and spiritual truths, not political. He didn't talk about political realities or economic philosophy or things things that are discovered 1,600 years later and created by economic philosophers during like post-Renaissance era. That's just like that's absurd to think of. I think, in my opinion.
I sent Jeff an
So
invite.
what do you think he was talking about
No
when
pressure.
What
you
was
know what?
Jesus talking
I'm gonna
about?
let Jeff when I was like when he was preaching against hoarding wealth.
Oh, because what? So the idea behind that is the idea that a lot of the teachings of Christ and of Christianity as a whole, but this isn't just Christianity, so I don't want to be too specific because, a lot of religious groups preach this idea, but specifically in Christianity, the idea of not living a materialistic life and giving alms to the poor. This is extremely significant, and I completely agree that living your life away from vanity and not hoarding money is extremely important to your character and your spirit. That's why people like Elon Musk make me want to fucking like shoot myself.
Oh,
Jeff, would
Jeff
you
jumped on the
agree with
screen.
that
Hi,
interpretation?
Jeff.
Hello.
We have a
Um,
Catholic that is majoring in religious studies and doesn't think Jesus was a socialist. He is pro-choice, even though he thinks it's immoral. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're on a bit of a tangent here because we were talking about the USA not liking women. So you brought up the abortion argument, and I'm saying I agree with you on the pro-choice element, but that there is a legitimate moral argument against abortion, and
I still
that's
don't agree that like Jesus was not a commie. He was a
Not only Jesus, but the apostles too. Um,
I guess you
he
could
didn't say
perhaps
just give.
interpret it that way, but Marxism didn't exist until what was it? Fucking 20th, early 20th century.
it
Fuck,
wasn't written down in a book,
Did
Um,
but it existed.
just out of curiosity, in the first century, did gravity exist?
Well, yeah, of course. But I mean, as an economic, well, hold on. Do you think Jesus agreed that a proletariat middle class force should, via violence, take over and then establish communism? Because
Yes.
that's Marxist theory. So then Jesus condones violence, which he does not.
He did.
Following that
He
logic,
said he came to bring a sword. He came with it. He didn't.
he said,
What?
"He who takes up the sword shall fall by the sword."
Wait. What?
Well, he said Jesus Christ himself was pacifism to the extreme. He never condoned violence. He said,
He didn't
"He
say
who
he was
takes up the
bringing.
sword shall fall by the sword."
He didn't say
So
he was.
that's why I have the problem with Marx's theory. I don't know. I haven't read Karl Marx's the Communist Manifesto. I have not read it, but I know that involves a proletarian revolution, which means the middle class taking over via violence and then establishing communism. But the reason that's never worked in practicality is because human nature isn't prone to establishing temporary dictators.
Can I read a piece of scripture for you?
Yeah, I'm not, absolutely.
Just some of your interpretation of this. It's just Matthew
Yeah.
10. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. Then verse 35. For I have come to set man against his father, and daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And one's foes will be members of one's own household. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And whoever does not take up the cross and follow me is not worthy of me.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think I actually remember reading that. I just don't quite remember the broader context. That's the
Broader
problem.
context.
I just don't really remember. But so
It's
wait, how does that translate to communism though?
well, no.
That's a passage about faith.
Hold on. Time out. We're going piece by piece. So
All right.
he said, "I have not come to bring peace, but a sword." That's a direct quote.
Okay. He also said, "He who takes up the sword shall fall by the sword."
Well, he did get crucified, so maybe he was right. That doesn't change the fact that he said he was coming to bring a sword.
I think the sword is probably likely symbolic in that quote, and it's
I would love to
a
hear.
symbol of change, not via like violence. Though Jesus Christ was pacifism to the extreme; he never condoned violence.
Yeah, I'd love to hear the argument for that. He really did. He really did condone violence.
So, so he condoned violence in the sense that he advocated for communism or Marxism, whatever.
Well, that's a separate point. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I just want to make clear that we understand that he is a condoning of.
Okay, is that your only verse to support that claim?
No.
Okay, can I hear another one?
Sure. Let's pull up. I mean, it does. He does it a lot in Luke.
Because that doesn't sound like what you can't take everything he said literally. Like when the Eucharist is probably the best example.
We're in a very weird position right now. Like we're going into weird territory. I don't care about any of that. Like if you have an argument for some interpretive principles, right?
Yeah.
Give me an interpretive principle that I can just go through the entirety of Scripture, specifically the Gospels and the red letters, and say this part is symbolic and this part is not. Because remember, a lot of the stuff he spoke about, specifically in Matthew and Luke, was supernatural, right?
I agree that there is.
So if you're going to just say, "Hey, the sword is symbolic," but the supernatural angels coming to repay everyone for what has been done is not, we're going to like thin ice, like we're going to fall into the water.
I agree, but it's often with the Bible, it's very hard to establish what is literal and what is symbolic. But I'm saying
that's not my problem.
But hold on, I'm saying as a general principle, Jesus spoke in metaphor all the time.
Yeah, that's not. Hold on. The fact that it's difficult is not my problem. I'm an atheist. This is no different to me than Harry Potter. Like I'm not fully convinced that this man even existed. But if I'm going to take any part of
this, scholar does acknowledge that he existed.
I'm sorry.
I think practically every scholar.
No, that's not true. Mythicism is a rising thing in academia, but that doesn't bother me. Like the idea of an itinerant rabbi named Yeshua in first century Judea is as trivial as saying there's a dude in Brooklyn named Mike who works at a pizzeria. Like that doesn't matter to me. But when he had the parable of the 10 pounds in Luke 19 and the very last line, but as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. That's the moral of the parable.
But you really can't you can't equivalent the Jesus Christ to someone, whatever analogy you use, because people, practically every historian, or you could say not every, I agree, not every likely, but a vast majority of historians acknowledge the historical evidence that Jesus Christ existed.
I don't know why you're still on that point. I told you it's a trivial point. I just said I'm not convinced of its truth. Like, if you read historians that accept that Jesus Christ like was a historical figure, they accept it as a trivial point. They don't actually make a case the way they would make a case for like Julius Caesar, right? Those exact
No,
same
but
those
even
exact
when
same
you think,
historians, by the way, and philosophers, using the exact same standard, deny the existence of Socrates. I'm one of them. Like, I don't think Socrates existed, right? Doesn't matter to me. I can discuss Socrates' philosophy separate from whether or not he existed. I could do the same thing with Jesus. What was the one of the last things that he said um, in the whole Bible?
as he was dying, he said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not
No.
what you're talking about."
He came back, right? Supposedly.
Yeah, the resurrection, yes.
And he
Okay.
spoke in Revelation 22, the last chapter of the book.
I don't quite remember.
Blessed are those who wash their robes so that they
Oh
will
yeah.
have the right to the tree of life and may enter the city by the gates. Outside are the dogs and the sorcerers and sexually immoral and murderers and idolaters and everyone who loves and practices falsehood. Do you know what happens to those people?
What happens?
They get thrown into a pit of fire. That sounds pretty violent. He was not a pacifist. I don't know who sold you that bill of goods.
It's symbolic about going to hell. There's different.
Wait. No. Crying and gnashing of teeth is not symbolic. Isaiah 13 is not symbolic.
Thrown into the fires of hell. Yeah, that's.
Do you know what the day of the Lord is?
The day of the Lord.
When Jesus says that the sun is going to lose its light, Jesus says that. Do you know what he's talking about?
Enlighten me.
The day of the Lord. It's Isaiah 13. So in Isaiah 13, that's where the babies are going to be dashed against the rocks and their wives are going to be ravaged, aka graped. This is not a pacifist man.
Wait, hold on.
Can
I ask you something?
Nonsense.
Do you acknowledge that, just before you take, because atheists do this all the time. They take everything. They purposely become biblical literalists to suit their argument. But do you think Sodom and Gomorrah was a literal story? Do you think that was God condoning genocide? Or do you think that's a story about judgment?
It doesn't make a difference.
No, it hugely does.
No, it really doesn't. And I'm going to tell you why. I told you already, if I'm going to read a thing in a book that I think is make-believe to begin with, and you're going to tell me, when it suits me, this is super literal, right?
But
I
you're
think
doing the same thing.
I think the entirety of Leviticus 18 is very literal. However,
because those
Numbers
are rules
31.
laid out. That's like.
However, I don't know why you're talking. However, Numbers 31 is symbolic because that involves taking virgin girls. That's not going to be motivating to me. I'm just going to read the entire book on its face, unless you have an interpretive principle by which I can say, well, this is clearly allegory, right? Like, for example, Genesis 2 and 3. Do you know what an etiological story is?
I can't quite remember.
Etiological story is what ancient people would use to explain why the sky rumbled. Why does it hurt when I give birth? That's Genesis 2 and 3. So I can make a case that that's allegory, that the Garden of Eden didn't exist, and they just created this story to explain.
I don't believe that, like, the Garden of Eden actually existed.
Yeah, but you see how I'm giving you a principle there? Like, there's a literary work called an etiological story, and the entirety of that story doesn't make sense, and it just serves to explain why we have to work the land, why snakes crawl on their bellies, and why women feel pain while childbirth, aka making them feel that pain by force is immoral, aka USA hates women. But point to the side, that's an allegory. Now, if you're just going to say, hey, he set a bunch of rules, and one of them was he made a command to unalive the Midianites and keep the virgin girls, but that's an allegory. I'm going to need an argument for that.
Wait, hold on. Was your claim? Did you just subtly claim that God was sexist?
No.
Well, you talked about you first said that you seem
Sorry,
to
I didn't realize it's muted. WTK from Place in the First Order for a Chairman Mao t-shirt. Love it, love it, love it.
Oh, nice. I didn't know there were Chairman Mao t-shirts.
Well, you know who
They're
Chairman
new
Mao is,
and
right?
exciting.
Yes, I do.
The real one?
Yeah.
You haven't been here in a while. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
Jeff
usually
knows things.
to be fair, I had food poisoning last week, so I was out.
Oh, Dip's trying to get rid of you, huh?
But just because I put a 50,000 piece bounty on the head of Yahweh on a silver platter does not mean that he can get me. Like, he can't get me with some bad nachos. He's gonna have to try better than that.
I thought it would be Tiff.
Nah, I don't have that much life insurance. But you were saying
That you know of.
True. You were saying I was accusing Yahweh of being sexist?
I thought you implied something like that because you said you referenced Genesis 2 and 3 and that women being forced to carry the pains of labor. And so then you went right back to like USA doesn't like women. So I'm really confused.
No. You completely like missed the whole plot on that. I think the Bible is a work of fiction. I think the story in Genesis 2 and 3 serves to explain why women feel pain during childbirth. But I think the fact that they do feel pain and we force them to feel that pain means that we, society, do not like women. That's a separate point. Again, so now that we've gotten the violence out of the way, do you know the story of
I'm sorry, but I still can't really agree that the Bible condones violence or Jesus Christ condoning violence.
Jesus Christ. So how many more examples do you need?
Well, wait, hold on. What was your second one again? The one about burning?
Wait, he said that the violence doesn't condone, the Bible doesn't condone violence. Like the entire thing is so violent. What do you mean? I'm not even like that religious, and I know that it's so violent. Like,
which parts? Like which book? What are you talking about?
A good chunk of it.
In the Bible,
there's violence in the Bible, yes, but that doesn't mean that God the Father condones violence.
Wait.
So why would he want it written down for people to learn from and read? Like he could have just like ignored all that.
People literally.
Let's look at the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, for example.
Out of fear.
Jeff, I'm sorry if I misunderstood your point earlier, but you seems to I feel like you are sort of ignoring the fact that, or you're not acknowledging the symbolism in the Bible. You said it doesn't matter to you.
It's not. No, the symbolism is something that you're going to use to escape. Hold on, to escape what your God looks like when he does something. You're going to say that's symbolic. So like if I was to say in Numbers 31, he literally tells them to split up a bunch of virgin girls among the soldiers and the Israelites and take 32 of them and sacrifice them to him. Suddenly that's going to become some sort of symbolic story.
Well, okay, so I think a lot of people, for example, it's been a while, but I don't remember that exact one. But I like to talk about the story of Sodom and Gomorrah for this type of logic because I think that a lot of people will use the story of Sodom and Gomorrah to
talk to them. Listen, go talk to those people. I'm talking about Numbers 31.
Hey, Jeff.
Okay, but again, I can't quite remember like the details of that
Erica's
story.
trying to speak. Erica, you sound super
low. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have my like the wired headphones on, so I don't know if that's why. I hope that's better. I'll speak up like an adult. Hey, Jeff, I have a question. All right, because he said that like God isn't violent, but isn't God the one that smites people? And also like in one of those books, because I don't do the Bible, but in one of those books, didn't he like kill the firstborn sons?
Yeah.
Isn't that violent? Okay, all right, just making sure. Okay, that's all I had to add. Thank you for answering.
But it depends on what you consider violent.
No, because hold on.
It would be violent if he did all the sons.
Well, because wait, hold on. Do you guys believe that the story of Sodom and Gomorrah was
Why are
a
you
story?
why are you hung up on Genesis 18?
Because I'm talking about Sodom and Gomorrah because a lot of people are you guys are
Are those
referencing
people here?
times where
Are they in the
no,
room
hold
with
on.
us?
Can I please speak? Like, can I
No.
just
Are they? No, I'm just asking you a question. Are the people who constantly reference Genesis 18 and 19, are they here in the room with us?
no? But you guys are trying to use examples of when God condoned
Well,
violence.
how about you address the examples that we're using?
Because I don't have the Bible in front of me. I don't quite remember the context of the
So,
story
okay,
because
cool. So
things like
here's what you're doing.
context
Ready?
hitting
Hold on.
it
Hold on.
firsthand just
Just to be
matters a
clear.
lot.
Just to be super
Hold on.
clear.
Big W in the chat for Ravi. Ravi sent a $75 PayPal and said, "Hey, Alina, you look so happy today. I love it. I'm in a good mood. I did start this live off crying, but I'm in a good mood now. Jeff came to visit us. Erica's here, which doesn't often comes through. Parker was teacupped. It's a good day. It's a good day. All the animals are alive. So W Ravi in the chat, RAVI. Please don't spell it wrong, y'all.
That is a good
Sorry
day.
for the teacup. I'm handling social things that I'm not used to handling. I'll be right back.
So this is what you're doing. I'm telling you that Samsung refrigerators suck, and I'm going to show you a Samsung refrigerator. And you're like, yeah, but usually when people say Samsung sucks, they talk about the microwaves. Can we talk about that? I don't care about the microwave. I'm talking about a specific thing. If you want me to explain Numbers 31 to you, I can. If you want me to give you a different example,
I
I
have
can.
heard that about the
I would
refrigerators.
need to reread it again because honestly, it's been
I'll,
like
I'll
since
give you
middle
a
school.
synopsis. I'll give you a synopsis. In Numbers 25, we have the incident at Peor, which is where the Israelites go to the people of Moab, and they flat back with their women, and they catch a plague, the clap, and God gets really mad and unalives a bunch of them, and yada yada yada. 6 chapters later, in Numbers 31, God goes to Moses and says, "Yo, these people in Midian, I didn't like that they turned you guys away from me, so let's go unalive all of them." And so Moses says, go unalive everybody. The army goes and unalives just the older men, just the men. That's it. They leave the women and the children alive. Moses sees that and says, yo, are you crazy? Our God is a psychopath. You got to do exactly what he said. Look, here's what you do. Unalive all the boys, unalive all the women that haven't had sex with a man, and keep alive just the little girls that haven't. Keep them for yourself. And then God comes along and goes, oh, you just left the little girls? Cool. Here's how you split them up. And he splits them up in a way that half go to the soldiers, half go to the Israelites, a small portion goes to the priests. It's probably a bad idea. And then 32 of them go to him. And if you look at Leviticus 27, it tells you what that means. That means they are sacrificed. So we're sacrificing virgins. So now that happened. These little girls didn't do anything. I usually like to ask here, what do you think the mechanism they use to determine which ones had coitus before and which ones haven't?
Well,
But
this is where I get
that's
sort of
yucky.
some of my personal like philosophy. I don't really hold much weight on the Old Testament personally. Some people call me a bad Catholic for that, but I think there's error in the Old Testament. The reason being that I don't personally believe that it was actually the Torah was actually transcribed by I believe it was Moses through God. So I just don't fully. I think that there's error in it because humans are, of course, inherently, mistaken. We're inherently have error just in the way we conduct ourselves. And so I think that if you put in the culture, the, socio cultural expectations of, the ancient world, there's likely going to be horrible things like that. But I think the broader implication or story, despite the severity, is that it's a story again about judgment and what happens when you live your life separate from God. And that in itself, living your life separate from God, that carries its own sort of philosophical dive that I also kind of have a personal take on. But
here's the problem with what you just said.
Okay.
In Deuteronomy 32, God gets given Jacob, which is the people of Israel. The people of Midian are not his people. They have their own God. They don't have any obligation to live according to Yahweh, the God of the Israelites. He's not their God. The Canaanites, they have their own God.
Yeah, but
Like,
weren't the Canaanites like extremely like sinful? Weren't they like completely
no,
living their life apart from God, if I remember
no,
correctly?
they have their own God.
Yeah, but weren't they also like a fallen society
Nope.
described in the Bible?
Mm-mm.
That are you sure?
Positive.
Yeah, I feel like I remember
Let
that
me
reading
let me
this.
remind you that I just told you that the Israelites were sacrificing little girls.
But again, like this is where I turn to the problems with the Old
So
Testament, the
when the
severity of
Israelites do it, it's in error or it's an allegory. When the Canaanites don't do it, and it's not even written that they do,
what?
that's horrible. They're a
No,
fallen
because
society.
you have to think about it again. The Israelites in the ancient world were viewed as, the people of God, but
No, they weren't.
they literally were God's chosen people.
No, they referred to themselves as God's chosen people. But look, you're
Yeah,
referring to
but
them
they
as God's
also wrote the Old Testament.
correct with the Old Testament that you don't even put stock in. But amongst everybody else, they were not looked at as God's chosen people.
Correct. So yes, that's why I say that there's error in the Old Testament because I don't actually believe that God literally wrote the Old Testament like a lot of Christians do. So I
No Christian
acknowledge that there's
should.
flaw.
God, the at least the dogma is that he inspired it, but it doesn't matter. Like if if that's the case, right? If it's actually the case that the Old Testament is in error, then there's no need for Jesus.
Well, actually, no. There wasn't the Old Testament described as like the Old Testament's literally described as a fallen world, and because they were so
There's
sinful.
no, there's error in the I just took the Old Testament and threw it in a wood chipper. There's error in it. It's incorrect.
Okay, so if there's error in it, then that means that there's room for it. That means that we still were a fallen society at the time.
Which
Or a
parts are
fallen
in
world.
error?
In the Old Testament,
Yeah, which parts are in error?
oh, there's tons of rules in Leviticus that are completely barbaric and like completely
I didn't say which parts are barbaric. I said which parts are mistranscribed, which parts are incorrect.
literal error. I mean, like moral error, because I'm talking again. I'm referencing the sort of.
We're just equivocating on error then, because like you're either saying that God did say this stuff and he was wrong for saying it, or you're saying I don't like this part, so it has to be wrong. It's just counterintuitive morally to me.
I'm saying God didn't say this stuff. That's
How do you know that?
how do I know that God didn't physically write the Old Testament?
No. How do you know that he didn't say the words that are put on his lips in the Old Testament?
Because I mean, have you ever heard God literally speak to you? I as a Christian, have never heard that. I don't think any Christians ever described
I
God.
think he's fictional.
Yeah,
Presumably, you hold to the Ten Commandments. Do you hold to the Ten Commandments?
I mean, do you see any problem with holding the Ten Commandments?
Well, no. Yes, I do, but that's not my point. I'm just asking if you hold to the Ten
Wait,
Commandments.
which commandment do you have trouble with?
Coveting, but what I'm asking if actually also honoring your mother and father is insane.
Thou shalt not covet. You don't think that's bad? You don't think that's a good thing to live by?
Capitalism. If I don't covet, capitalism falls. Are you insane? But listen, that's not my point. My point is, do you hold to the Ten Commandments?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
why?
Because they're generally just a very basic sets of
What
wisdom.
if your parents are assholes? But I'm saying, why spiritually do you hold to them? Do you think they are edicts from God?
No, I just think they're good principles to live by.
Yeah, where does it say thou shalt not grape? I would think that would be like number one.
Okay, so again, this is like I'm sorry, but this is very bad logic from atheists. Again,
No, it's not. Listen, dummy. There is either look. There's either some sort of priority reason why you have a moral thing. Do you think it's more important to not have graven images or more important to not grape women in the order of things?
Obviously more important not to grape women, but
Okay,
again,
great. So we have one of two prongs here. You either hold to the Ten Commandments because they are good moral edicts.
I agree with the priority of them.
I want you to stop talking.
Like,
I want you to stop talking. You either disagree, you either hold to the Ten Commandments because they're a good moral edict, or you hold to the Ten Commandments because they are divine commands from God. Those are the choices. Which one is it?
So, like I was saying, I use it as a very general basis for morality, but that doesn't mean it has to cover every issue in the world and the order of priority of issues in the world. There's not anything actually wrong with the Ten Commandments. There's no reason I should.
Look, if the Ten Commandments are just a moral foundation, they're horrible.
Again, dude, they were written in the ancient world. Like, if people are like, why isn't slavery banned in
The
it?
Code of Hammurabi is better than the Ten Commandments. Matter of fact, the next chapter of Exodus covers some of the Code of Hammurabi.
No, again, that doesn't refute the point that there's still valuable moral guidances. Like,
Valuable moral guidance is so arbitrary. Like I could just say, don't feed gremlins after midnight. What I'm saying is, it's either a foundation for morality or it's not.
of course it is, but the Ten Commandments are Ten Commandments. It's not how to live your life with like God's glorious book.
So do you think it's some objective moral truth, the Ten Commandments?
I think they are all should objectively be upheld. Yes. Like
Okay, so you don't think that people should covet?
Sorry, what?
You don't think that people should covet?
No.
Why not?
Hey, Jeff, I think you have an echo.
Do I? Hold on. Is it better now?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, awesome. So what's morally wrong about coveting? Like, look, I think Alina's background is dope. I covet Alina's background, and so I'm gonna make one like it.
Wasn't it? No, isn't the commandment "Thou shalt not covet" like, as in like "Thou shalt not pursue another man's wife"?
No, thou shalt not. Covet is just a desire.
Yeah. So, but isn't the context specifically like a sexual, like unfaithful?
No, it says covet your neighbor's possessions, covet your neighbor's wife, covet your neighbor's home.
Covet, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Covet your neighbor's wife. Wouldn't you agree that you shouldn't covet your
I'm
neighbor's
not. I don't know why I give you an example, which is like possessions, right? Like somebody has a possession and I covet it, and you give me a counter example.
What it was like in regard to.
So if I say I'm coveting somebody's possession,
well, do you think it's a good thing to like have a vain desire for others' possessions?
Yes.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
To desire other people's possessions. Can you, like, in what sense?
Because if I see something that somebody else has and I want it, I'll be motivated to go out and get my own.
Yeah, but the Ten Commandments also says "Thou shalt not steal," and the idea behind "Thou shalt not covet" is the idea of like remaining humble, remaining satisfied with a life with God, a spiritual life with God, not based on a materialistic sort of thing.
So now we're redundant because you've already covered the action that you don't want me to take in stealing. But coveting, like, so you're saying if I don't steal but I covet, that's a separate commandment, right?
Yes, but the coveting part is sort of like I guess.
So everybody that covets steals? This is very messy. These commandments are trash. I just want you to know that.
You're not hearing the point. It's like it's the idea of being satisfied with what you already have, and living your life according to your own, and not being tempted to steal. It's like the founding.
How about being tempted to earn and go buy more stuff? I would still have a PS3 under your view.
I mean, no, that's not, because this is specifically talking about other people's values. So, like, do you want? It's okay if you have a PS3 and your friend has a PS5. Then you want his PS5, or do you want a PS5?
I want a PS5.
You want his PS5?
No, I want a PS5 because he has a PS5.
Right, but that's not again, the context of that commandment. Like, that, the meaning of that is supposed to be in regard to other people's.
Yeah.
value.
Correct. He has a PS5. I want it, so I go get a PS5.
So it's not about buying it, a separate thing. It's about, do you want his PS5? Are you going to steal from him?
It doesn't say any. Look, the coveting commandments say nothing about stealing. That's a separate commandment. We are just talking about coveting.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor, correct?
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, wife, male or female, slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor.
So, do you want to take things from like your friend?
It doesn't say thou shalt not take things from your friends.
No,
It
but
says thou shalt not covet.
But why do you think it's not a bad thing to not covet to your neighbor's wife?
I don't care about my neighbor's wife. I've been married for 15 years. I'm talking about the PS5.
Yeah, and I told you, are you gonna covet? Are you gonna desire your neighbor's PS5, or are you going to?
Yes, I'm going to desire my neighbor's PS5.
You want his PS5?
Yes.
Yes, that's a bad thing then, because that would implicitly involve a desire to steal.
No, I could pay him for it, but if I could go to the store and get my own, I could do that too. You seem to have this fixation on stealing. The only way for me to get somebody's thing is not just to steal it.
That's the meaning of the commandment, is to not.
No, it's not, because there's a separate commandment already covering stealing.
Widely accepted.
I don't care. Like, I think Augustine is an idiot. I think Aquinas is an idiot. If the coveting commandment is about stealing, then it's redundant because we already have a commandment for that. What is it? What are the commandments that are covered in the very next chapter?
I think you're literally just looking at the commandment, and then you're not thinking of like what this commandment might mean.
No, I'm looking at the commandments and I'm saying what they say. You're trying to add some extra meaning to them. You're violating Deuteronomy 4. What is the very next chapter? What are the commandments in the next chapter?
What are you talking? I don't quite remember. I thought
Well, Exodus 20.
Hold on, we're not moving off from this though. We're not moving off from this.
We are. The very next chapter is Exodus 21. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children will be her master's, and he shall go out alone.
I'm sorry.
Why don't you hold to that?
No, I'm sorry. If thou shalt not covet is meaning towards appreciating what you already have, and a guy.
Look, you can cope all you want, but covet is desire. That's what the term means. Period. Full stop.
Oh, no.
You can read any apologetic you want. That's what the term means.
That you just can't do that.
You can't yearn to possess something?
You can yearn to possess something without.
That's what coveting means.
Yes, but without the specific context is covet thy
There's
neighbor.
no context. Look. What does Deuteronomy 4:2 say?
No, not context, I mean, but like meaning. So again,
I'll just read it. We'll just read it.
Covet, this is specifically.
You must neither add anything to what I command you, nor take away anything from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, with which I am charging you. You're adding shit. Stop adding shit. That's a sin. So Exodus 20 is supposedly the 10 commandments. It doesn't stop. He keeps giving commandments. He talks about an altar. Then he talks about slavery. He talks about how the males go out in 6 days, but the women do not. They stay slaves forever unless they don't please their master, in which case they can give them back for no refund. It's like, that's the very next chapter. Why don't you hold to that?
Well, because I already told you I have a broader problem with the Old Testament in general.
So Exodus 20 is factual and good because you like it. Exodus 21 is in error, even though it's the same story. Moses doesn't leave Mount Sinai at all for that whole part.
I'm sorry. There's a problem. I have a problem with the way you're thinking about what this whole coveting thing. I think you've just largely.
Listen. Either coveting means what it means or it doesn't. I'm actually working on a Holy Spirit discernment Bible for you fuckers, so that you can tell me that words don't mean what they mean. My Holy Spirit discernment Bible doesn't have words at all. It just has pictures, and you could tell me what the fuck the fucking scripture means. I don't care about none of that. You're doing a lot of coping. I don't care. I'm asking you to give me a distinction between Exodus 20 and Exodus 21.
But I sorry, I can't.
Look, you want to keep talking about coveting, you're going to be talking to yourself. Give me a distinction between Exodus 20 and Exodus 21.
Trying to address a broader problem with the way I think that you're thinking.
I don't care. Look, listen. Here's the disagreement we have. I say covet means a thing. You say covet means a thing plus some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about the other shit because that's not what's written down. If God ran out of ink, that's his problem. He actually wrote on a tablet in his own finger in Exodus 31:18. If he ran out of energy, that's his problem, not mine. If he wanted to say, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods in pursuit of taking their goods," he could have written that. After all, in Leviticus 19, he talked about mixed fabrics. In Leviticus 11, he talked about eating pork and shrimp. I don't care about your apologetic. I cannot tell you how boring it is. I want a distinction between the supposed 10 commandments in Exodus 20 and the laws that allow you to keep slaves in Exodus 21.
But again, I already told you I have problems with that.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. How many times do I have to tell you I don't care?
I'm sorry if I can't say anything. If you're just gonna say I don't care, I already told you.
You're back on a fucking point we're not talking about. I'm asking you a direct question.
I'm moving on. I don't know why you're like ad homing and shit though.
I'm not ad homing. I'm cursing. My question to you is: look, we have a point of disagreement. You say it means a thing. I say it means just what it says. If you want to give me a principle for adding some other stuff, you're going to give me some apostle or some early church father that gives you an apologetic. I told you that's not motivating to me. We are at an impasse. I'm not going to agree with you. Now, I want you to give me a distinction between Exodus 20 and Exodus 21.
Shit, I'll have to go get. I don't remember what those verses are.
All right. What is your moral fucking argument against abortion?
Oh, well, I mean, you don't even really need a religious argument for a moral.
I didn't ask for a religious argument. I said, what is your moral argument against abortion?
Well, it's the idea of eliminating a potential life. So
potential doesn't exist. I'm a determinist. Now what?
No, dude. It's because it's the life. Because I don't believe that a fetus is fully alive until birth.
Okay.
I mean, I believe life begins, but I don't believe it's a full human until birth. But that doesn't change the fact that it's been, already conception has already occurred, and that it's already on the trajectory.
Do you know what determinism is?
Yes, I know what determinism is.
Okay, so then there's no potential. It is what it is.
So no, determinism is.
There are antecedents that lead to consequences.
But I don't really see. So okay. Why is that
the point here would be a seed is not a flower, an acorn is not a tree, an egg is not a chicken.
And the potential that a fetus has that's leading to an abortion, it has the potential to be the contents of a bio-waste bag.
I guess, but even so, like I agree with that point that like a seed is not an apple and things like that, but I still think that it's on the path of becoming a human.
It's not on the listen.
Well, no,
you said you know what determinism is, yes?
Life started conception.
When I say determinism, I don't care when life starts. I'm asking you a direct question. When I say determinism, what do you think I mean?
No, I care when life starts though.
Look again. That's fine. So talk to sperm cells. My question is, when I say determinism, what do you think I mean?
Determinism is basically it's the argument against free will that says that like your experiences are what determine what will happen, basically.
No, determinism is a metaphysical thesis.
Okay,
it's not just free will.
Why does that? But no, I say it's a contradiction against free will. It's the argument.
But it's not. But in this case, when I employ it here, I'm not talking about free will.
Okay, see, that's where you're confusing me. I see.
Okay, so when you say something has potential and I say I'm a determinist, determinism says that the entire universe is one giant golf shot, meaning there's a bunch of causes that lead to effects, and that's all. So when somebody goes to have an AB, that's what they were going to do the whole time.
Yes, I agree, but do you
So
think
now
that
there's
a
no
fetus,
there's no
wait, do you think a fetus has no moral intrinsic value?
I'm not no, you said it has potential. I'm talking about potential. I
But
don't
no,
think
okay, no,
I don't think
okay, okay, I'll concede that potential is a bad word. Do you think that a fetus has no moral value?
correct. I don't think a fetus has any moral value.
It's alive though. Why? It's alive.
So is bacteria.
It's forming into a human. It's
Not if
the
not if
part
it
of the
gets
human that's
now
already
you're back
forming.
on hold on. Now you're back on this potential thing. So presumably you're good with stem cells. If somebody was to grow me a new arm in a petri dish, you'd be good with that?
Well, that's just a limb. No, this is an entire being because I believe that it's a
But
being chosen.
hold on. I lost my right arm and somebody's growing me a new one and they're going to attach it. And so I'm going to have reuse of my right arm.
But
via stem
again,
cells.
that's not a good point because that's a limb in contradiction to a human life.
So you don't think limbs are important?
Of course, I think limbs are important, but they don't have like moral value
So
like a
hold on.
life
So it's
has.
okay for me to chop off somebody's limbs because they don't have moral value, as long as I retain their life.
Jesus Christ, no, because that significantly impacts their life and
Okay, great. It would
cause
it would
extreme pain.
significantly impact their life to get a limb back. Yes.
Yes, of course that would. Yes,
So you're okay
those
with
that
me
would
growing
impact your
somebody a
life,
new
but
arm?
a limb itself is not a separate
So
being that is
so you would be
alive.
okay. So you would be okay with me growing a
Your
person
limb
an
is not
arm.
alive, though.
You would be yes, it would. Yes, it is alive.
Well, it's alive in the sense that it's part of your body, but it's not a distinct being.
Neither is a fetus until it's born.
It is its own individual person that is
Okay, so then
growing.
let it breathe its own oxygen. My question is, would
That's
you
just the
be
stage of
okay?
development it's in. It's in a
No,
different.
no.
It's a human, but it's just in a different stage of development.
No. You're giving some value to something that has to siphon resources from another being. That's why for me it has no moral intrinsic value.
You don't wait. Do newborn babies have to get resources from its mother?
No.
I guess in most cases they don't. In some case, I guess they don't physically have to, but isn't it sort of like the natural? Don't you think it's kind of the natural law that it would?
I don't.
Resources from its mother.
When you say natural law, that's incoherent to me. Maybe it's a sociological trend.
Well, do you think that babies should be raised by their biological mother generally?
What do you mean? As a normative thing? No.
Why would you not accept that?
As a pragmatic thing, yes, but a normative thing, no. What if the mother is incapable?
Yeah, but in an ideal world, you do accept that,
in Narnia,
family and biological family values, right?
Hold on. So just to be clear, you're asking what I think about Narnia. In Narnia, where everything is rainbows and I don't know, horseshoes the right way. Is it up or down? I don't know. But whatever planet you're talking about, then sure. I guess if a mother has a desire to be a mother and has all the resources to provide to their newborn, then they're probably the best fit to do that. But that would still be pragmatism. It would just be an ideal version of pragmatism. But you're not. But I don't know why you're going over to Narnia instead of planet Earth.
I don't know. It's not very conservative of me to think that babies should be raised by their biological parents in an ideal setting. When you kind of
when you say should,
Mm-hmm.
you're making some sort of normative claim.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
What I'm saying is, I think babies should be raised by whoever's best fit to raise them.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that in an ideal normative setting, that is the biological mother.
I have no idea what the fuck you mean when you say ideal normative setting. All you're saying, here's what you're saying.
That's how things are.
Hold on. Here's what you're saying. What you're saying is,
Why?
if we've given the mother all the resources and she wants to be a mother, then yes, she should raise the child. But that is not the world. That's not Earth. You're not describing planet Earth.
I agree that there can be practical reasons for another woman to mother a child, but don't you think that like there's a distinct biological connection
Wait, why
that
woman?
exists?
Why another woman?
Or another person, whatever. I'm not gonna get into that, but another what?
Wait,
What do you mean you're not going to get into that?
you probably should. That's a lot to
Well, I clarified. I said that another person, be it a man, woman, or whatever,
I appreciate that clarification. Why did you say I'm not going to get into that?
because that's going off on a tangent. I'm trying to talk about the, like, I
This
guess
is all
norms.
encompassing. That goes in with the norms, though.
Well, I guess. But the point I'm trying to
Can
make
someone
is
ask him
that.
what he's doing to his phone for me, please? What are you
Oh,
doing to your
sorry,
phone?
sorry. I don't know. My case is like broken.
Oh,
I
are you
didn't know
just
that
like
was
fidgeting
making
with
a
it?
noise. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, no, but the point I was trying to make is that there's a biologically ingrained connection between a mother and her biological child, be it humans or in the animal kingdom. That is just how it works. When I say
I'd love
refer
to
to
hear
the
the argument.
natural law of that is why I refer to that as
I'd
like
love to hear
I
the
would
argument.
say.
No. Don't take it into the animal kingdom. That's not how that actually works. Fun fact, a lot of the time the first litters of any mammal are in fact devoured by the mother because she doesn't recognize them as babies. She thinks they're just intruders on the nest. Like rabbits do it, rats do it, monkeys do it. Like mammals across the board do that with their first round because they don't know what the fuck is happening.
That's an interesting
Animal kingdom
fact. That's an interesting fact. But I'm referring more to like the mother bear with her cub. You know, it's
Okay,
like
so like
there is a
Susan,
there. You have to agree that there, generally speaking, is a significant biological connection between a mother and her biological child that can't not be meaningless to you.
no, that's a socialized
That's
thing.
just I was like, that's all instincts. Again, if you're talking about animal kingdom, it's literally just all instincts.
Look, before you growl away, why don't you give me the argument backed by evidence?
Well, I don't know. This is not the sort of thing that you can
Pandas
like.
are shit horrible mothers.
This is not the sort of thing you can like see in the air. It's like, or you can see tangibly or logically. You can't
I have no
explain
idea.
love
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with what I asked.
because you're asking me to like prove that a mother who like the second their baby is born generally has like a biological motive, and just I guess it's just how it is that they love their biological child the second they're born.
Then why don't men?
I think that a mother and a child have a special connection because the child comes from the mother itself.
Okay, so explain Susan Smith.
I don't know who that is, and if it's an outlier, that doesn't like take
It's
away.
not an outlier. Explain postpartum depression.
Oh, postpartum depression. I mean, that's just something that can happen after birth. I mean, that's just doesn't happen to everybody, but that doesn't mean that they don't love. Wait, postpartum depression does not mean that the mother doesn't love their child.
In some cases,
actually, it kind of does.
It
Postpartum
can.
depression impedes on the
It
child
can.
bonding at the beginning. Yeah, it means that you don't actually bond with your child at the beginning. I know a lot of women, and statistically this is accurate, that then beat themselves up because they're like, I don't feel like I love my baby enough for the right way. They're taking care of it. They're keeping it alive. They're doing everything they should. But the societal pressure of how much what they should be feeling contradicts with the depression that they are undergoing because this is a new phase of life. Their hormones are all out of whack, to speak non-medically.
No, but that's
the point
just
is
that can happen during depression.
They don't.
Depression
that
is,
it's yeah, but do you
depression
know
is
how
distinct
frequent
from
that is? That is
the love
so
from the
often.
child. Wait,
just because we don't talk about it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. You have to build your connection with the child. That's why adoptive children are also very much loved by their adoptive parents.
But wait,
because
hold on.
you build that connection with the child.
But if you
human trafficking aside,
if you have a child, if you personally were to have a child, and the second they're out of the womb, do you not unconditionally love that child?
No.
Oh my Jesus!
How do you think children are given up for adoption?
Explain. Hold on.
It's an extremely difficult process that the mother has to go through to give her child up for adoption.
Listen, hold on. That's
my God.
That's just a social
but they're not
thing.
obligated to love.
No, that's not a social poll. That's something that's just
Yes, it
It
is.
is a
Oh
social
my
thing.
goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness is what you say when you don't have a fucking argument or evidence. You're lazy. Now explain indigenous societies. Stop
I
talking.
do believe in
Stop
anything.
talking. Stop
No, come
talking.
on.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Explain
Exactly,
indigenous
surrogacy.
society. Stop. Oh,
You're fine. Go ahead.
um, explain indigenous societies where somebody has a child and it's the village child.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Well, because you're dumb. But my question is, in
Yeah,
indigenous
why are you ad
societies,
homming? What the fuck?
no. I didn't say you're wrong because you're dumb. I said the reason you don't know is because you're dumb.
Well, no, you're
That's
insulting
not
me.
an ad hom. An ad hom is not just an insult.
You're attacking the person instead of the argument.
Listen, an ad hom is not an insult. It is an
It's an
inference.
insult instead of addressing
Stop
the argument.
talking. You don't look. If I was to tell you to name 3 inference rules right now, you would trip over yourself. Right?
Okay.
Okay, good. So let me do the logic and you do the whatever the fuck you were doing. In indigenous societies, when a child is born, it is not ascribed a mother father kind of relationship. It is a village child relationship. And in a lot of cases, the elders would do the early parenting. Explain that.
Sorry, you got really quiet. I couldn't quite hear. What was it?
So in indigenous societies, when a child is born, it's not like a traditional mother father child relationship. It's the village raising the child. That's where we get it takes a village from. In a lot of cases, the elders would do a lot of the early child rearing. Explain that.
Oh, okay. But that hold on. Just because they assign another caretaker doesn't mean that the mother and child don't have a distinct biological connection.
Show it to me.
How the fuck can I show love to you? This is the fucking problem
No.
with you guys' argument. You expect me to like show love
Here's
as if
what I
it's like something
expect. Here's what I
tangible.
expect. This is what I
No,
expect.
you don't fucking believe
Here's what
love
I
exists,
expect.
apparently. Like,
Here's what I expect. No, I didn't say that love doesn't exist. Here's what I expect. What I expect is that when you make a claim,
Look at that kitten. Look at that kitten.
look at the kitty cat.
That is love.
I think she's gonna survive, y'all.
Alina, remind me later
Alina!
to send you a pic of our new puppy.
Another puppy?
Yeah.
Alina,
You're
remind
supposed
me
to
later
get a
for you to
cat.
forward that pic to me.
No cats. No cats. What I expect, Auntie, whatever, is when you make a claim, presumably you don't think I'm just gonna open the door wide open to your claim and be like, of course I believe you. That's how timeshares get purchased. I'm going to have you back up your claim.
okay.
Do
Wait,
you
Jeff,
here?
do you
Hold on,
love
hold
your
on.
mother?
Since you don't, huh?
Do you love your mother?
That's irrelevant. Of course I
No,
love
it
her.
is right. It's very relevant.
Hold
Please
on. Yes, I love my mother. I was
prove it.
socialized.
Prove
I
it.
was, but that's not the claim.
That is the same logic you just
Listen,
used.
no. I'm not asking you to prove love. Here, let me show you. I've been married for 15 years to the same woman.
Okay. Do you love her?
Yes.
Prove
Now,
it.
hold on, do you think that there is some intrinsic biological notion that I have in my head that tied me to that person?
No, I don't, because they're completely
Okay,
separate from you.
great. Oh, wait. So, do you think there's some intrinsic biological thing I have to love my mother?
Not necessarily. I think that there is a sacred, generally, and as a principle, there is a very sacred bond between a mother and a child. Do you agree with
Now
me?
you're using religious language.
Nope.
Okay, sacred. Doesn't have. Okay, I guess I don't have to use religious language. It's a very
I mean, you can.
significant and impactful bond
You're just
between a mother and a
you're just
child.
very bad at this. Like you're very sloppy. I hope you know that.
I don't know why, like, you have to insult me continuously.
No,
I've
no,
never
I'm
insulted you
making an
once.
observation because if you're saying that there's some biological notion, like the fact that my stomach makes a noise to remind me that it's time to eat, right? That is a biological notion for survival that tells me food. I need food. I need nourishment in order to survive, right? That's something that it was evolved into humans and probably a lot of mammals, right? It's just a trait that we have. I can show you that connection. I can say, hey, this is what happens in your stomach and when it happens. And then I can do I can show you a study of why it is that people feel hunger and why it is that they get sated by certain foods and not by others. That I can show you. But you're telling me that when a woman gives birth, she just has this same exact tummy rumble that's just like, I love this child.
No,
In the
that's
same way.
not what I'm saying.
Okay,
Let me
so
make
then,
the distinction. So
yeah.
what you just referenced was like a biological instinct to cater towards the need for survival. What I'm referencing is like a higher, I guess, moral or just personal feeling. You know, things like emotions are much stronger. It can be often much stronger. Like spiritual things like love can be much
But you were
stronger than a
saying that it was
simple
biological,
tummy
and Jeff is
rumble.
pointing out that it's just for survival.
Well, I said biological because the mother generally on instinct has like an instinct to protect her child.
Do you think like that the feeling of love is like some moral higher notion, or do you think it's
Yeah, no, I
a
think it's like
biological
I
thing?
think it's intangible, it's often illogical, and it's like spiritual. Yeah, I believe it's like
It's
higher than like basic
it's
emotions.
psychological.
Sure, yeah. Don't you think there's any like meaning to love?
Yes. There's
Okay,
meaning to trauma. There's meaning to
so
all sorts of psychological
I
brain.
apologize, but the reason I kind of tripped out over there is because you like made a really dumb fucking point. Just sorry, you said prove that the mother loves the child.
That's not what I said.
I said the mother loves the child, and you said
No, no, no,
prove
no,
it.
no, no, no,
Or
no,
it
no,
was
no, no,
something
no,
along
no,
those
no,
lines.
no, no. And this is why I say you're sloppy, because you're not even keeping track of your own argument. You're saying that there is a necessary link between the mother that only forms by virtue of her having a child.
Sorry, wait, I was reading chat. Can you repeat that?
What you were saying is that there's some necessary link between a mother and her child that only forms by virtue of them going out through her birth canal.
Yeah, I said that there's an intrinsic connection between the
Okay,
mother and
that's what I want you to show me.
that's called unconditional love of a mother, and that again, I
No.
can't show you that.
Of course you can.
But again, you just denied this, but now you're doing it again.
No,
You're
no, no, no,
asking
no.
me to show
Listen,
you
listen,
love.
listen, idiot. I'm not asking you to prove
Okay, another
love
insult.
simply.
Fire.
I can insult you all I want. If you need a
Okay,
safe
you're
space,
retarded. Cool.
Hey, no slurs.
I can insult you without slurring you, Marshmallow Brain.
That's okay. I don't mind slurring you.
You don't mind? Okay.
We
The only thing that's going to
mind
happen.
slurs. Don't do that. It hurts the live. Also, it's a shitty thing to do. I don't care about your personal feelings. I don't care about your back and forth. Don't
Insulting's a
fucking
shitty thing to do
slur.
in general.
Do it better.
What's the basis
Insult
for a slur? It's an
smarter.
insult.
Insult smarter. Be original. Don't lean on a slur.
Like Marshmallow Brain is so original. I have it on T-shirts and mugs.
Marshmallow Brain. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it literally. If you go into the link in my bio, you can get a Marshmallow Brain T-shirt. I suggest you buy and wear one. Now, there's a difference between just saying that people love other people, which I accept, and saying that there's a necessary love, some unconditional love that happens between mothers and their children. That's the stuff of fairy tales in my book, unless you can show it to me.
Wait, okay, so I guess let me rephrase what I was saying. It's not a matter of a necessary well, I mean, in some cases it is. It can be deemed necessary because it's in order to protect the child. The mother often asserts herself as the primary caretaker of the model because, it's the things, there's beautiful things in life that bring value to a child that, that coming from the mother would have an intrinsic desire to protect that child. So things like fragility, vulnerability, those are things that create love for a mother. And that being their own, having, a separate being that was just a part of them. You do see how that would, as when they're carrying carrying like a crying newborn on their child on their lap, you don't think that there's like any sort of beauty to that or something?
Now you're asking me if there's beauty to it, like if I think it's poetic.
Oh my God, that's not what I'm
Again,
saying.
but
No,
here's
that's
the
not
thing.
what I'm
Here's the thing.
saying.
Everything you just described was emotional and psychological. It was even sociological if you put in the normative pressures of it all. But
Does
the
that make
thing
it not valuable?
is that if I have surgery today where I remove any organ, I don't need my spleen, take it, and I don't sit there and cradle it and go, "This came out of me. I love it so much." Like that's the point. It's not the biological connection that you've been arguing this entire time, no matter how many times you try to rephrase it.
Oh, Parkers. I feel like you put it
Wait,
in a jar.
wait, hold on. Does
No, no,
psychological
no, no,
not
no.
have
I would
value?
I would put it in a jar. I would preserve it.
Yeah, you give me
I
put it
would
in a
watch
jar
it
vibes.
calcified. That'd be cool as fuck. But I wouldn't like cradle it. I would kind of name it though. Like I would get a little attached because that's all psychological. Because that is what happens. It's not because it's part of me. It's because I start romanticizing it.
Let me ask you this question, and I don't know how you want me to refer to you, but like, let me ask you this question: do you
Who's calling
think
me? I don't care.
when a mother has a child and doesn't feel that love, do you think there's something wrong with her?
I think that she shouldn't be a mother if she doesn't feel that love.
That
Honestly.
wasn't. Hold on. I mean, sure, fine. I can agree or disagree with that. Even that, because some women have the wherewithal because they're better than we are to power through that. But my question is, do you think there's something wrong if she doesn't feel that love?
Something wrong with her? Like something wrong with the mother?
Yeah, you said that there's some intrinsic link between a mother and the child, such that she's going to have unconditional love for the mother, for the
Yeah,
child.
I would think that's one, an outlier case, and two,
It's
yeah,
not.
I would think there's something.
No, because you're adding unconditional love. A whole bunch of mothers put and I'm gonna say parents because it's not
We're
just
out of gas. Yeah. Look, her eyes opened up a little bit more since you guys last saw her like 5 seconds ago.
Look at
Come
those
on, open them.
peepers.
She's so tiny.
She's very tiny, and she was even more tiny a week ago.
Wow.
Anywho, last words or not? Neurotech for the 30 to kick for being boring and slurring.
W Neurotech.
Can you show us the puppy now or no? You're not home.
I'll send you one. I'll send you a pic in the Discord.
Okay. Why, you think someone's gonna
She
try
can
to steal?
share it with us?
Nah. But you know me. I don't be sharing stuff like that. Oh, actually, no. There's a picture in my Discord. Where are you at? There you are.
That was his wife on cam. The dog, too much. Too risky.
Oh. There you go. Are you by your Discord?
Damn, Alina.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in your Discord.
Oh, wow.
Give me that puppy. I told you, I'm in 48 servers, like 4 with a puppy pics. Let's go.
I don't know how you're doing the puppy thing again. That's like, would not be me.
Well, you have 153 cats.
They're not all mine though.
That's
I found
true.
the puppy.
They're
It's so
temporary
fluffy.
cats.
All right.
How old is this puppy?
Because I have 157 things. By the way, anybody who's wondering if they didn't put it in the Discord, her name is Winnie. I have 153 things left to do before I go to bed tonight, and that means
Fun. Well, thank you for stopping by.
Oh, it was fun. It was fun.
Hopefully he learned something.
Yeah, I hope
he did
so.
not.
Anyhow.
But I'll chat with y'all later.
See ya.
Bye.
Jeff for the win.
I don't think we have any more ups.
We don't.
Just fine.
But
Look
this
at
feels
her
like a good
eyes.
time. Look at those beans. Look at
How
those
come
eyes.
when I look at her eyes open up more, and then like when I try to show you guys, I don't know if you can tell, but
Because
like
of the
this eye
light.
opened more.
Because when you hold her up to us, you're holding her up to a light. Yeah.
I think she's gonna survive at this point.
Damn straight. And on that note, y'all, whether you've been here the whole time or you've fallen face first here recently, this is where women thrive, the patriarchy takes L's, and tiny kittens plot their fluffy revolution. Who's leading this glorious chaos? None other than our teal-haired menace to misogyny, Alina, and also Chairman Mao. We're not just serving looks, we're serving knowledge,
Who
deadpan
now spends his
roasts.
afternoons napping on the couch instead of spending time with us. We're gonna have to move the Mao cam over to the couch because he's literally there every afternoon.
But no shame, because this is a safe space for every femme and feline in need. Alina
And
and her
dictator.
panel at this point is just me, because everyone's abandoned us. Wildly educated, who school trolls with receipts, sharper than a cat's claws, and do it all with wisdom, wit, and zero patience for nonsense. I have a little bit more patience today, or I did, but now I don't. Men have ruined it, honestly. But here's how you're going to support this glorious mess. Tap the screen like you're drop kicking fragile egos into the abyss. Tap. I really do need to sleep. Every tap is a kick to the grapes. Make them cry, make them beg. Share the live. The more we share, the more we drag those scared little mushrooms out of the dark into the harsh light of reality. Be sure to gift the host. Right now we are working on fancy crown things that look like flying Hermes hats. The more
This cat is gonna be so cute. Sorry to interrupt, but like, look at the little white tip on the tail.
Time. Oh, I love the little white tip. No one clip that. Be sure to hit the gift goal. Show Alina that we love her and support her and all of the kitties with sparkles and galaxies and digital riches. Do not forget to hit that Cash App. We have $52 left in the goal. The Cash App and PayPal are tried and trending. It's where magic happens. Whether it's funding kitten care or just Alina's continued existence in our virtual space, your support makes a difference. So goons, travelers, and absolute buffoons, tap the like button until your fingers cramp. Share this live with your besties and worsties, and let's keep building a world where women win, kittens reign, and the patriarchy begs for mercy. Okay, thanks. This litter is very adorable.
They really are. I'm thinking, what if we gave naming rights of the litter to our number one donor of the week?
Ooh. Donor monetarily or gift-wise? Or both?
I'd have to say monetarily, only because it's hard to keep track of the gifts.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like it's just easier because you have record and there's not the extra math.
I thought about like doing like 4 people like getting, you know, an option, so the top 4 people, but you know how much I love a theme. I wish I didn't love a theme so much.
I know. Women are loved by America. So much opportunity out there for females. Go out and take it. Joe?
Oh.
Are you a bot? Like, are you a real human?
Joe.
Just an NPC.
Tell me. Oh, he's not invitable.
That's how you know he's the NPC.
I don't know if that many people check the gaming chat, the gaming channel. My husband, I found out, was up till 4 in the morning playing Halo.
Which one? The most recent?
I don't know, whatever one he was able to play on the Game Pass. I think Halo Infinite.
Yeah, that's the open world one. That makes sense.
He hasn't played video games, he said, in like over 10 years. But now I'm like...
Sounds like he had fun.
Yes, he was using the Xbox. So someone's getting used to it. But I was just like, so now you can't give me shit for when you catch me in the dark setting up my supermarket at 3 in the morning. But you know what's fun is like I actually did spend time watching him. I see like those games. I think I'm too. I don't know that I would like to play those games, but I like watching the games. Yeah, I'll be like, climb over there, try that.
where there are games that I prefer to watch streams of, but not actually play myself.
Like I used to watch my sister play Doom, like in like 1995 or something ridiculous.
I used to watch my brother play Resident Evil, and now I have a very real phobia of zombies. That fucked me up. The
I told him he needs to get a little headset. He said no.
Audacious.
He says, I sound a little. Look at this.
Oh.
And he's like, he's good now.
This is not what I wanted it to be.
But I did play a game called Cooking Simulator.
Yeah.
It was hard.
Yes.
You play that one too?
No, but that's one of the ones that I will watch playthroughs because people will like rage quit it. And that gives me the giggles. The
Just like, how are you gonna
moving
leave
the plates?
Yeah, how are you gonna leave the kitchen a mess like that?
Mm-hmm.
Rude. Now I gotta call these repair people. I don't know these repair companies. There was a game that he said
played up a onesie.
Something like
I've always seen it.
Big Meaty Boy or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of that game? The Meaty Boy or something? Big Meaty something. The game. Super Meat Boy. Why does he act like that was the craziest thing I've said? Super Meat Boy. But it's not for free. You have to buy it. But he said he used to play that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I looked into a little to the left, but you have to pay for that one too.
I love this specific genre of games that you're playing.
Are we surprised?
No. But I do love it.
But see, like, I love my grocery store game, but it's also like I've hit a point where I'm just like, now what? Like, my people are too efficient. No one's come to rob my store yet.
W's for that, I think.
A little swollen little foot.
Don't tell the Twitchies, but I'm gonna dig another hole. And I know they'll be a little disappointed in me, but I gotta do it.
Don't tell the what?
The Twitchies that I'm gonna dig another hole.
Dig another hole for what?
During Jeff's lovely guest time here, I planted my pomegranate sapling, and now I need to do that with my blackberry bush. Otherwise, it'll look too sad.
Twitchy said that
That's
they
why I'm
heard
telling you, Teresa, don't tell them. Well, Teresa, don't tell them.
Well, they already heard you. They already said it in the chat.
No, they didn't hear me unless I tell them directly. That's how that works. According to every op, unless I see it myself, it doesn't happen.
I'm so like outrageously like upset that you can grow stuff like pomegranate and blackberries. Like, I can grow hot peppers until they get aphids or something, or white flies.
You have to plant specific herbs around them.
I don't want to hear it. It doesn't work.
The aphids don't. Okay, never mind.
I don't want to hear it. It doesn't work.
Never mind. You're correct.
I've done that. I've done companion planting. I've done like I've done it all. It does not work. They don't care.
I believe you. Airplanes are bullshit, just for the record, Jinx. Airplanes are bullshit.
What do you mean? They're
Where people are like, they're so easy to keep alive. I'm like, no, the fuck they are.
Hi,
Hey,
Ren.
hey.
You done? Done?
Yes, yes, I am.
Lucky you.
Hey.
I came back in for a few minutes and saw Jeff up here. Somebody was doing the Bible stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
I got roasted
You got roasted by Jeff?
by Jeff.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just tired. I have like
Okay.
I have like 5-10 minutes before yoga, and I really don't feel like doing it. But
The fact that you don't feel like it means that you absolutely should.
I know I want a
So,
frosty.
yeah.
Tell us about your day. Let's go on the
That could
ops.
be your reward for doing yoga.
Um, it was a kind of uneventful day. I mean, other than I didn't deal with anything abnormal from what I always deal with.
He's still sleeping on the couch. This is disrespectful.
Who, Mal?
Yes.
He's like that.
Doesn't he know that he has a job?
Even biscuit makers need vacations.
No, his job is he needs to be hanging out with us. Hi, Mal. Hi, Mal.
Jinx, go take a shower. You know good and well that you're going to wait to the last minute. Then you're going to be rushing because you have to do what you have to do. So go take a shower.
You'll feel a lot better post shower. You know you will.
Why doesn't he like hanging out with us anymore? Accept my love.
Man,
You're such a grown up now. I don't like it.
he getting his grown up face. Hey, handsome. He's just such a handsome young man. So how have the ops been?
We haven't
Just
had that
simply,
many, honestly. We just had like I think 3 today.
hi, Milkworm. How you doing? What's going on? You're such a gorgeous little girl. All you got to do is just stop crying. Don't give your mommy a hard time. Don't give your mommy a hard time.
That's
Okay?
crazy.
What?
Does she cry more when I talk?
In Milkworm's defense, I cry less when Ren talks too.
Agreed.
So,
How do I get him to love this little like bot?
I don't know. You know what? I've heard that a lot. Somebody's like, your voice is so soothing. I'm like, I don't even know what that means. Like, I genuinely don't know what that means. My
He's the
voice,
baby whisperer.
I mean, we all know I don't normally talk at this tone, though. Sometimes when I have to yell at people, So, man, have the
Means
opposite.
that Ren can read us bedtime stories, and Persona can sing bedtime lullabies to us, and we'll all be sad. That's what that means.
That's wild. Somebody said my voice is pleasant. Somebody said I have to move in with Kiara. I have to become a sister wife. I don't think my husband would be okay with that, but you know, fuck him. He'd be alright. Oh, look at Jim. What are us crazies complaining about today? Nothing. We're not complaining about anything. Why are you here today?
I'm digging a hole, Jim. You need a hole dug? So that I can make one yourselves. See, that's inclusive.
So, what time are you guys gonna go live? Like 9 my time?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna get myself together.
Did you eat?
I'm actually eating some chips right now.
That's not food.
I got chicken in the microwave waiting for me. So.
Okay. What about you, Parkers? When are you gonna take your nap?
Okay, so you're right. I have not eaten today, but I
I
cooked
thought you fell
yesterday.
asleep. I was like so excited. I was like, nobody speak.
No, I was getting soil with fertilizer to put in the hole underneath the but yesterday I made the ground lamb with sun-dried tomatoes and mozzarella and spinach, and then I put it over rice and eggs, and I still have plenty of that, so I will eat that after I'm done planting.
You had to take out twice? Is that what you were doing instead of hanging out with us? You were deep in sauces? What kind of takeout did you have?
Is Milkworm okay? Or does she need me to keep talking? Ooh, chili cheese fries.
Dude, my Temu package arrived. I don't even know what I ordered.
I have to stay away from Temu because all that stuff is so cheap that you buy so much of it, and then it defeats the purpose of the fact that it's cheap.
It should have arrived today, but something else arrived. I forgot I ordered this. Lorlock syringes. For IV fluids.
For the kittens?
Mm-hmm.
How's that kitten doing?
Not great.
No.
The tabby's doing well. The ginger is not. You know, right? I think I'm gonna call it. We're not gonna get any ops, and
you got like 2 minutes left.
we didn't hit the goals, but we got close. we did get close. Love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. Huh?
yoga time?
Oh. Yeah. I don't feel like doing it, but I know I'll feel better afterwards. So, love you guys. I'll see you guys, Erica and Ren.